Battle of Assassins 2. An enormous black and white wheel manifested behind demon rays. The wheel was grand, noble, and anyone who looked at it would believe they had seen the origin of life in this grand universe. Demon Rays' wheel did not last long as it turned into a black gate of equal proportion. The gate was as noble and grand, and it contained countless animals engraved on it. 6 Path of Samsara, Animal Hall. Underneath Demon Rays' hood, a tattoo of a mantis shrimp appeared on his forehead. Then he rushed toward Wang Ju and slashed her with his claw. Her danger instinct went on overdrive as she reacted. 3 of her 7 shadow clones were bisected into 2 with one attack. And one of these 3 clones was the real one with Dao ancestor strength. Wang Ju acted swiftly and replaced the missing real clone by appointing one of the remaining 4. Then she ordered them to enter the shadow dimension and attack from the dark. However, her attempt was futile. A tattoo of a star-nosed mole appeared on Demon Rays. This creature contained more than 25,000 sensory receptors that grant super senses to detect, hunt, and navigate in the dark abyss of the ocean. With this tattoo, Demon Rays' senses were elevated to a higher state. And with a glance, he discovered Wang Ju's shadow dimension. Swish! With one movement of his claw, he cleaved through that dimension. The power of the mantis shrimp not only elevated the speed of his claw but drastically increased his slashing or clawing ability. So, he tore apart the dimension without much effort. Alas, his attack was not as successful as he wanted to be. After destroying the shadow dimension and killing another clone, the remaining 3 Wang Ju acted simultaneously to control the leaking power of the shadow dimension to attack him. As such, countless shadow creatures with sinister or macabre appearances rushed toward Demon Rays, trying to either kill or drag him into the remains of the shadow dimension. Demon Rays killed most of these shadow creatures with relative ease. However, there were too many, and they were too quick. Soon enough, he discovered myriad tentacles binding his limbs and immobilizing his movements. During the entire ordeal, Demon Rays was calm as he assessed the situation and chose the best way to deal with the situation. Then, a tattoo of an anglerfish came from the animal gate and entered his body. Subsequently, his eyes turned into 2 glowing lights, a light so intense that it evaporated the shadows faster than a solar flare could annihilate an entire civilization. Demon Rays was swift as he took on another animal, the cuttlefish. He blended into the environment and disappeared. And in a very short period, before Wang Ju could react, he appeared behind one of the 3 genuine clones and ripped her heart out. Rho alpha pi d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon l. So, as soon as the dimension appeared, they instantly blew it up. And this was not the entire power of this attack. Wang Ju layered hundreds of dimensions on top of the first one and exploded them without hesitation. However, she soon frowned as she sensed a powerful vitality amidst this chaos full of spatial energy. And as expected, Demon Rays appeared at the center of the explosion. He had lost half of his torso, his right leg was twisted at a weird angle, and his head appeared to be sliced into 2. Although his mask and hood still did not reveal his face, Wang Ju could sense his calmness. Demon Rays borrowed the power of the axolotl, an animal capable of regenerating limbs and even their brains. With its power, his natural regenerative power reached an even higher level. Then he glanced at Wang Ju. Not good, thought the leader of the Fate Shadow Guard as she felt her mind. An uncontrollable amount of fear overwhelmed her mind as she began to reminisce about every time in her life she felt true unimaginable fear. Wang Ju swiftly controlled her memories to combat this attack. "Young master," said Wang Ju, kneeling on one knee. Normally, she would have received a response by now and stood up. But she stayed in her position for at least half an hour, sweat following down her back with each passing second. "Li Jun told me he has seen you often in the past few years," said Wang Wei, who seemed engrossed in a book. He flipped every page with a gentleness that was odd. It was like this book was the most precious thing between heaven and earth. "The final battle is approaching, and I'm just trying to relay the information we analyzed and ensure our victory." "Is that so?" he muttered without looking at her. "I doubt even you believe that's coming out of your mouth." Wang Ju's heart sank. As you said, the final battle is approaching. Everyone is on edge, including me. I'm taking this short break from cultivation, so I don't have time to waste with your nonsense. So, tell me the truth and don't make me have to find it myself. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kumthi's words were calm, without any intonation, intimidation, or release of an aura. However, Wang Ju felt her soul leave her body as fear rushed through every corner of her vein. She lowered her head, and after a few seconds, she said, "It was an order from the madam." "My mother? What did she want?" Wang Ju hesitated but realized it was pointless to hide it anymore. She feared Li Jun's betrayal at the last moment. "So, she asked me to seduce him to keep him in check." "That's impossible. She has watched Li Jun grow up and treats him like her own son. She knows he won't do such a thing. Furthermore, she's too smart to plan such a shoddy method." Wang Wei turned his head to glance at her, frowning. "Are you lying to me?" "Young master, you know I would never do such a thing," quickly answered Wang Ju. She never thought she was this fast. "Then explain what's going on." Wang Ju secretly sighed in relief but did not dare take another breath. Someone has planted these ideas into the madam's head. Someone? The people from the Wang clan. "I see," muttered Wang Wei. His mother was quite capable. However, she suffered from a major flaw. She lost that intelligence when it came to him. Most cultivators form an extreme when it comes to their family. They either treat them coldly as if they don't exist or dote on them to an abnormal point. This fact is the result of their long lifespan and low birth rate. So, they either don't care about their children or descendants since the latter might not live as long as them, or treat them as the most precious thing in the world since they might never conceive a second one. So, Wang Wei believed his mother would do such a stupid thing after the people from the Wang clan placed the idea in her head. As for why they did it? Well, the answer is simple: politics and power. Despite the unity of the factions of the sect, especially the three families, it's still a fact that the main power of the sect is in the hands of the Wang clan. And a few minority of these people even believed in the supremacy of the Wang clan, believing they should have absolute control over the sect. So, after seeing that Wang Wei has the chance to become the fifth emperor of the Wang clan and the second eternal emperor, some people will go to extreme lengths to ensure nothing happens. Wang Wei finally closed his book. "Why didn't you tell me as soon as she ordered you?" "I feared my actions would lead to contradictions between you and the madam." "So, you executed your order so badly, leading to today's charade?" Wang Ju lowered her head. She knew the best action was to immediately tell the truth. However, she also knew the consequences if the relationship between the madam and the sect master was affected because of this. So, she chose the best method she could think of. Wang Wei looked in the distance. "Go apologize to Li Jun and tell him the truth. Secondly, go warn these Wang clan members. Send a few to prisons and exile another as an example. Finally, I want you to remember, you're my shadow and only follow my orders." "As you wish." "Then what about the madam?" "That's not your concern," replied Wang Wei, glancing at her. "In your career, that is the second time you've disappointed me. I hope there is not a third time." Wang Ju's body trembled. "I promise there won't be." "I hope so." Wang Wei left to talk to his mother. Meanwhile, Wang Ju felt a tremendous weight lifted from her shoulder. Wang Ju's memory broke apart as her mind entered a state of absolute darkness. She opened her eyes and glanced at demon rays, her eyes red with anger and intense killing intent. Battle of Assassins 3. Demon Rays did not care for his opponent's dangerous gaze. He was only mildly surprised she survived his beastly gaze of fear with such little effort. "I should not focus on fear in general, but fear of death," analyzed Demon Rays as he realized his attack was too broad. If he had focused his gaze, the final result would have been more intense. "HM? Where is she?" Demon Rays activated all the receptors from the star-nosed mole, trying to detect his opponent's whereabouts. However, he searched everywhere, including the surrounding dimensions, with no success. Then his beast instinct suddenly activated as he felt great danger coming. Demon Rays tried to move his body, but it was too late. 2 daggers pierced him from his back, puncturing many of his internal organs. Demon rays groaned in pain as blood dripped from his mouth. How can I not sense any of her movement? Such a thought flashed in his mind, but he knew this was also an opportunity since Wang Ju was so close. He moved his left hand to capture her daggers. Demon Rays' plan was to hold onto them to render her immobile while he attacked swiftly with his right hand. However, as soon as his body moved, he discovered he could not control them as easily as before. He felt something was wrong and used his divine sense to check inside and discover the source of the anomaly. Wang Ju's blades contained this weird poison or curse that made his cells attack each other. His immune system suddenly became his enemy. Demon Rays swiftly took control of his cells, but it was to no avail. It was like they now had a will of their own and refused to obey him. So, he had to forcefully make them obey. Alas, trying to control billions of cells took time, and Wang Ju was not going to give him any. She suddenly disappeared and appeared before him. Her daggers pierced his heart and brain. Luckily, Demon Rays had plenty of experience and a high battle IQ. Before the second dagger pierced his brain, he activated the animal hall and acquired the power of the bighorn sheep, making his skull harder than the Dao weapon on her hand. Regardless, his eviscerated heart soon became an issue. Since he is Di Tian's shadow, he inherited the latter's mighty fleshly body. But his vitality was slowly leaking out of his body without a heart. The situation was exacerbated by the cells of his control. Her Di realm is so concentrated, Demon Rays had to divide his mind into 3. He had to be careful of Wang Ju's movement, fighting his out-of-control cells and trying to remove her Di realm from his body so he could regenerate. His ability is annoying, thought Wang Ju after he felt like stabbing the latter's head. Let's eliminate it. She activated the power of her dagger to the full extent of their abilities. Then she appeared before him again and stabbed him. The moment Demon Rays was about to react and counterattack, his demonized cells became even more overbearing as they attacked his brain and nervous system. As a cultivator, he can bypass control of his body by his brain as his soul takes over. However, the process takes a few nanoseconds to switch, and that's plenty of time for Wang Ju. The leader of the Fate Shadow Guard knew her opponent had placed a lot of power to protect his brain. Although he would not die if it were destroyed, the passing of vitality will drastically be increased once these 2 primary organs, heart and brain, are no longer present. The daggers took care of Demon Rays' 2 lungs. However, this was not her main objective. The power of samsara emanated from the dagger, and immediately, the animal hall was forcefully closed. My mind was so focused on other things that I neglected that she should also have control of samsara Dao, pondered Demon Rays calmly as he used his ability to retain the already acquired animal powers. I can use that technique to deal with this situation. If that is the case, I should focus more on how she could teleport without noticing anything. Demon Rays focused all his attention on Wang Ju, ignoring his body that was rapidly falling apart. Unfortunately, Wang Ju no longer needed to teleport since he was basically useless. I guess it won't be this easy, sighed Demon Rays internally as he used his own unique technique's frowny face insect larva vitality technique. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Command Emperor artifact that resembled a cube appeared above his head, encasing him in a protective barrier. Then, in an instant, all of Demon Rays' vitality was gone from his body, condensed into one place. And from that one place grew another version of himself. A baby version of Demon Rays clawed out of his previous body like an insect coming out of its cocoon. The process was brutal and macabre. However, Wang Ju was finally able to see his opponent's face. He looked bland, like any ordinary person that is not easily noticeable or can blend into a crowd. Such a face was perfect to be an assassin. However, Wang Ju had the sense that this might not be his original face but changed into that to become a shadow. Despite his ordinary look, there was still something special about Demon Rays, his eyes. They looked like predators, always making people fearful or unnerving with their powerful gaze. In a few seconds, baby Demon Rays grew to his former size. So, he waved his hand to put back his previous clothes. The process was as brutal as ever, thought Demon Rays, momentarily reminiscing about the past. He was born during the beginning Emperor era in a large mortal family. To be exact, he was the 9th child and the 5th son. Alas, life in that era was full of trials and tribulations for mortals. The innate life forms would spread diseases, curses, natural disasters, and even influenced internal war amongst mortals to curb their population growth. They knew the large mortal population was one talent source for cultivators, so they relentlessly targeted them. Unfortunately, Demon Raze's family was not the lucky few tribes that got to live in small worlds created and protected by powerful cultivators. And one day, when their crops suddenly died overnight, his family could not feed all of them. So, at 18 months old, he was abandoned in the forests nearby. Death should have been his end, but fate had another plan for him. Instead, a pack of wolves found and raised him as their own. Demon Raze grew up and became one of their own, taking part in hunting and gathering food. Furthermore, his mother became enlightened. She awakened her spirituality and became a demon. As a result, their pack was one of the best in that forest. Alas, things did not last long. When Demon Raze was in his 30s, a group of cultivators hunted his mother and his fellow brothers and sisters. And when he was about to die, full of hatred and grievances, he encountered a young Tion who was traveling the world to learn about all creations and see if he could one day recreate them, allowing humans to win this war. Tion thought he was interesting since he appeared to be an animal and human. So he saved his life. On that fateful day, Demon Raze asked Tion to grant him vengeance, and he would swear loyalty to him all his life. After pondering for a moment, Tion agreed and allowed it, especially since these cultivators broke the agreement between the human and demon race by hunting demons for no reason. Rho Alpha Pi D Alpha S Nu Omicron V Epsilon L. Come after this event, Demon Raze began a proper cultivation journey as one of Tion's subordinates. And when the latter failed his trial and had to be reincarnated, Demon Raze did not break his oath and followed him through reincarnation. In the second life, the sleepers were appropriately organized or created, and he took the name Demon Raze as a token to his late mother. He dealt with the demon race for most of his career in the sleepers as he gathered information from them. He had a natural affinity with the demon race, making it easier to get their friendship, and sometimes even pass as one of them. As such, most of his techniques are based on imitating animals, including his assassination fighting style. In the current time, after Wang Wei eliminated more than 95% of the sleepers, he was one of the few people who survived. And after testing the remaining people, Tion chose him as his shadow since he was one of the most loyal and had a great affinity with the technique. Demon Raze clenched his hand as he manipulated every muscle, bone, organ, and cell of his body. He wanted to adapt to this new body as soon as possible. I'm alive, but the situation has not changed much, he pondered. As long as he could not discover her teleportation technique, he would lose the momentum of this battle. The plan. Wang Ju watched helplessly as the colossal claw descended upon her with a power she knew for a fact she could not resist. Oddly, she was remarkably calm as death approached her. Her demeanor made it impossible to determine whether she had accepted her fate or had something else on her sleeve. As her final fate approached, many people waited with bated breath. Some viewers outside felt her defeat might change Tion's current situation. After all, these two shadows displayed prowess that shocked the world. The people who did not know about the Lord Shadow technique were freaking out as they believed a third person in this generation acquired the power of a great emperor. Meanwhile, other people believe Tion's only victory will not change his predicament. Although the final victory will be decided by the battle between these two unparalleled geniuses that have never appeared in the history of the myriad emperor world, these generals might play a significant role if used correctly. Meanwhile, Tion and Wang Wei observed the final clash between these shadows. Tion was not worried about Wang Ju's death since he already ordered Demon Raze to capture her alive at all costs. However, he was on guard, preparing to intervene and intercept. As long as she captures Wang Ju, his chances of victory will increase drastically. Regardless, he did not celebrate yet, as he knew she would not go down without fighting back. More importantly, Wang Wei will not allow anything to happen to his people. His nature will not allow such a thing to happen. Although cold and calculating, he had a weak spot for his friends and family. Di Tian knew of this since their first battle in the heavenly abode world. When he schemed against him, his intuition could have allowed him to escape alive and unscathed. However, Li Jun and Yan Liling would have died in that world. So, he saved them while staying behind, knowing the danger. Di Tian observed his opponent and saw his expression or aura had no change for a moment during the entire situation, making it impossible for people to know what was on his mind. Then, Di Tian suddenly squinted. Wang Ju disappeared at the very last minute. No, that fluctuation, shadow switch, thought Di Tian, his mind as everything that occurred before he happened in slow motion. Wang Ju disappeared, and someone else took her place. Li Jun Rho Alpha Pi Alpha S No Omicron V Epsilon and the mighty general who walked the path of slaughter did not have a chance, as his body, soul, and Tao were instantly annihilated. Demon Rays' attack was meant for Wang Ju, and Li Jun could not even sustain the latter's attempt at capturing him. Furthermore, Wang Ju's sudden disappearance made Demon Rays' mind fluctuate and his attack slightly uncontrollable. Li Jun is dead? Thought Di Tian, his mind galloping like wild horses that were provoked. He concentrated on controlling his emotions and remaining calm. He sacrificed Li Jun for Wang Ju. This doesn't make sense for many reasons. Plus, such an act does not fit his character. Then, Di Tian's face suddenly changed as he thought of something. And immediately, he also sensed something, but it was too late. Wang Wei and Wang Ju were already before him, their aura reaching the pinnacle. Wang Ju had replaced her two fake Dao weapons with Emperor artifacts. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's proving Dao artifact had already turned into a sword, and the aura he released was similar to a supreme swordsman like his father. Fate cutting. They used the same attack as they swung their respective weapon in tandem. Upon closer observation, people would notice their breath, body, soul, and Dao resonated with each other similar to a formation, combining and elevating their attack to a higher level. Their attack did not create a regular slash. Instead, a projection of the river of fate manifested in the western quadrant. The river was composed of countless tiny strings, yet it behaved fluidly like water. However, none of that mattered, as most people who laid eyes on it would be in awe at its beauty, majesty, and horror behind its implications. Am I in control of my fate? People cultivate for various reasons: strength, power, political status and influence, immortality, fear of death, and freedom. However, no matter the reason, as they become more powerful and learn of the world's secrets, they will ask themselves that question at one point or another. Sadly, few people can actually find the answer. And once they do, plenty wish they had never asked in the first place. After the river of fate manifested, it followed the trajectory of Wang Wei and Wang Ju's swords, generating a silver-gray moon slash that rushed toward Di Tian with absolute speed. I think you should take a look at Snavel. The entire cosmic battlefield shook after that slash landed. Di Tian's fate line almost snapped, eliminating him from this mortal coil. Di Tian's body then appeared with a seal with the character for Samsara engraved on it floating above his head. A large wound that went from his right shoulder, across his torso, and to his left leg was on his body. Di Tian looked at the wound on his body, his emotions extremely calm in such a dangerous situation. Since his battle with Empress Wu, this was the first time he was injured in a direct confrontation with his peer. "So, you do bleed," said Wang Wei with a voice that seemed to naturally irritate anyone who heard it. "I guess I should have expected these low-level and shameless tactics from you." "Low-level? Shameless?" "Ha," laughed Wang Wei, who exuded a sense of freedom. It was like he had been in a cage for many years and was released for the first time. This kind of mindset is why you could not pass the Supreme Outlaw trial, thus losing the love of your love. A great killing intent flashed from Di Tian, making the entire battlefield tremble. However, it was brief as he quickly regained control of his emotion. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not care as he took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relaxation he had not felt in millions of years. "Do you know, your influence on my life is more than you could fathom," said Wang Wei. I experienced my first true defeat and humiliation during our battle in the heavenly abode world. And after day, my life contained a mountain that seemed insurmountable. I admit that I owe a great deal of today's success to you. The pressure you brought me forced me to uncover my true potential and even go beyond it. Wang Wei sighed out loud. I once heard a storyteller say a hero or protagonist is as good as their villain. And his words are true, but I don't like them. I don't like how you forced me to live under so much pressure. I don't like how much influence you've had in my life. I always felt fate put you in my path to push me to greater heights, to tap into my latent potential. I hated that feeling of not having control. How narcissistic, replied Di Tian with a sneer. Have you considered you were placed here to stop me and not the other way around? Both can be true, nodded Wang Wei. Heavenly Tao does not want someone of your strength, potential, and story to prove the Tao. Meanwhile, fate wishes to push to greater heights for a higher purpose. So, in many ways, our battle today was destined. You have a lot of nonsense today. Di Tian did not hide his sneer and scornful eyes. The Wang Wei he knew was direct and hardly wasted time unless he needed to. Furthermore, he disdained the concepts of fate and destiny. Their very existence indicated that his wife was fated to die the moment he created her. And that's something he refused to accept. I do, but I can't help it. I've been bottling too many things inside, said Wang Wei with a smile. Now that I have the chance to let them out, I feel relieved. Wang Wei then cracked his neck and shoulder. A terrifying battle intent emanated from his body. I should have given you plenty of time, continued Wang Wei. Now it's time to start? Wang Wei was feeling good. Despite his words condemning fate, he felt destiny was on his side in this battle. So, his confidence was at its peak. Fire Dimension. Wang Ju returned to this place after playing her part in the entire plan. The first thing she saw was Yan Liling and Tai Gang, along with the Slaughter and Undying Legion surrounding demon rays, trying to seal him. The assassin with bestial qualities and instinct seemed enraged as he discarded his safety and sanity, trying to get out of the Legion's array. Unfortunately, he had entered a weakened state after that last attack. So, not only could he no longer use Dao Ancestor strength, even his immortal venerable tier power was unstable. Wang Ju did not hesitate to rush to help. Although she was in a similar situation as him, she could still provide some assistance. Plus, her team had an immortal tier alchemist, meaning she should return to decent fighting shape in a short period. Chapter 853. The second part of the plan. As soon as Wang Ju arrived, Yan Liling handed her several pills. We don't have much time, said the alchemist, trying to hide her worry by appearing as calm as possible. Give me a few seconds and I'll kill him with one hit, said Wang Ju. No need for that. We don't want the backlash to kill or injure you, explained Yan Liling. You only need to heal and slowly grind him to death. Wang Ju pondered for a moment before agreeing. Then, Yan Liling and Tai Gang handed control of the formation to her. The two proceeded to look at a spot in the fire dimension. They stared at it for almost a minute, with each passing second increasing their worries. Finally, something changed. A red sphere manifested in that spot, and their eyes brightened. An unknown smile of relief crept on Yan Liling's face as she yelled, "Hurry up!" Tai Gang knew what she was referring to and acted swiftly. He used his innate ability and technique to link his vitality to the members of the Slaughter and Undying Legion. Then, he also connected the red sphere to the link, providing it with enough life force. "Soldier, eat your pills," yelled Yan Liling, and members of the Legion began to act. While remaining in their formation, the group took pills from their space ring and swallowed them individually. Immediately afterward, the vitality or life force inside their bodies increased by 1,000 folds. Such an act should have increased their stamina and recovery ability. However, they soon noticed most of the vitality was flowing to one person. These soldiers did not ask why and only executed their orders. Meanwhile, Yan Liling watched with bated breath as the aura of the red sphere drastically increased. She observed every single fluctuation, not allowing any mistakes or outliers to occur. "It's not enough," observed Tai Gang, making Yan Liling frown. We expected this since he would die to an emperor blow. Luckily, the attack only contained the power of an emperor and not the essence. Mortals killed by emperors are affected by causality and cannot be easily revived, including using the power of time. However, one of the weaknesses or flaws of the Ten Supremacy Foundation is that it only provides the strength of an emperor and not the immortal essence of a higher dimensional entity. Yen Liling waved her hand to create a large formation with the red sphere at the center. She then waved her hand to place healing and vitality immortal pills as different formation nodes. With this method, the effects of the pills will combine, creating a better effect than if they were all taken simultaneously. Yen Liling was about to wait for the result when she thought of something. She gazed in the distance, her eyes penetrating countless layers of space. She saw a dimension full of wood energy. Excellent, she thought as she waved her hand to create 2 more formations. The first one connected to the wood dimension and drew all the wood energy. The second formation converted wood energy into vitality with unparalleled efficiency. With all these efforts, the red sphere swiftly changed, morphing from its previous appearance to that of a humanoid. And over time, that humanoid changed to Li Jun's appearance. That was easier than I anticipated, were the first words of the mighty slaughter god. And he was not talking nonsense. In the process of his revival, of going from a state of destruction to existence, he discovered a few of his atoms that were not completely obliterated by that attack. So, he used them to accelerate his revival. Li Jun instinctively raised his arm to catch the beauty that rushed in, a brilliant smile plastered on his face. I thought I would never see you again, muttered Yen Liling, trying to control her emotions and not cry on this occasion. The plan was perfect so that nothing would have happened, reassured Li Jun with a soothing voice as he gently caressed her back. And if things go wrong, you would only need to become the next Tion. This is not funny, reproached Yen Liling. Yes, I was wrong. You would become the next Su Shi. Ouch. Li Jun felt a sharp pain from his waist, sending a chill down his soul. It was then he remembered his wife's most potent attack method, using her nails to twist his skin. All right, I apologize. I won't make any more jokes. That's what I thought. On another note, it seems I've become more handsome, said Li Jun, playing with the many white hairs near his temple. The combination of red and white did enhance his charm, granting a layer of gentleness to his usual sharp and straight aura. Are you all right? I only have less than 10,000 years of lifespan left, said Li Jun. The good news is the situation is not as bad as grandfather. Yen Liling sighed in relief. If that were the case, Li Jun's situation should be healed with Elder Dan. By the way, you need to turn your hair back to red, Yen Liling suddenly announced. But what? I look so handsome. Too handsome. We don't need you to be tempted and revert to your old ways. Li Jun's mouth twitched, wondering what happened with world-defying trust between companions. Here, the 2 married couples looked at the source of the sound. I'm sorry to break this happy reunion, but what is our next course of action? Do we leave the battlefield? No, we must stay, replied Li Jun, gazing at the cosmic layer where a battle that would forever be engraved in the annals of history was taking place. Especially Wang Ju, he continued. If we could find a way to revert her to her prime state, she could be useful and become a variable. After using her emperor attack, Wang Ju won't be able to do so again after 10 million years. In other words, she can use one attack in 1 generation. However, there are ways they could reduce the method and maybe allow her to do it again in this battle by paying a certain price. In that case, let's go help and relieve her pressure. Do you want to capture that shadow? Asked Tai Gang, who knew his boss had a soft spot for talent since he planned to traffic them to the upper dimension. Although that lad seemed too loyal and might not fit the criteria for people chosen, there might be other ways around this issue. Since Wang Ju can become another variable with our help, he might have a similar method. So, he must be killed as soon as possible, replied Li Jun, who no longer wasted time and rushed over to help. Meanwhile, Yen Liling stopped Tai Gang, who also wanted to help. Do you want to use these arrays to recondense your fleshly body? Tai Gang paused as he glanced at the formation. No. I was hoping the big boss would condense a better body for me after he proves the Tao. That's fine, nodded Yen Liling, preparing to close the formations. Wait, suddenly said Tai Gang. Have you changed your mind? No, I just had a brilliant idea, replied Tai Gang, and Yen Liling had a perplexed expression. Could you channel the power of one of these dimensions to allow me to refine my soul? Asked Tai Gang. I feel this is my opportunity to go from peak gold to peak jade quality. That's not a bad idea. You think so as well? I was thinking we could revert the fire dimension to its previous state. Then I can use the flame energy to temper my soul, added Tai Gang. That's too inefficient. There is a yang and yin dimension. We can channel the power in these places to temper your soul, commented Yen Liling. No, with such immense energy, we can do many things with these two dimensions. They can use the power of yin and yang to accelerate Wang Just recovery. Li Jun can increase some of his lifespans while also tempering his body, and she can use their energy to refine a few essential pills. Let's rush the idea by the others first, said Yen Liling as they rushed over. Demon Rays was fighting an Azura created by the combination of the Slaughter Spear and the Legion's formation. Upon observation, it's obvious he won't last long. And as expected, he soon could not last and died under a violent spear attack. Wang Ju and Li Jun sighed in relief. What's wrong? He asked as he saw the two approached. Yen Liling explained Tai Gang's idea to him. It's not a bad idea. However, the risks are also too high. The risks? Asked Tai Gang. Why do you think Heavenly Tao made the battlefield in such a manner? A prepared battlefield for the clash of these two titans, answered Tai Gang immediately. Exactly. The cosmic star layer won't hold them for long. And the other dimension is for when that happens. Tai Gang sighed in awe as he remembered how the cosmic star's space was reinforced. But even then, it's not enough for those two. So, my plan is a no-go? Not necessarily, Wang Ju inserted. The layout of these extra dimensions is that they are stacked on each other. So, once the cosmic star battlefield is eventually destroyed, they have to descend in an orderly manner. Is the fire dimension the first layer? Asked Li Jun. Yes, and the yin dimension is the last. So, we must wait there to ensure we don't get in their way. We can also execute Tai Gang's plan. In that case, let's hurry. Cosmic Star Layer, Western Quadrant. A battle for the ages had begun. Chapter 854, Rematch. Tian felt an uncontrollable anger rise from deep in his heart after that bastard used his own words against him. Although he knew the latter did it on purpose to rile him up, he could not help it. Back then, that cocky little bastard was nothing but an ant struggling to survive before him. But now, he could look and talk to him with contempt and disdain. Tian took a deep breath to calm down. He focused on removing all distracting thoughts, giving all his attention to this battle. The first thing he did was forcibly close the wound on his chest, but it did not mean he was healed. The Tao will not technique, thought Tian as he felt his opponent's Di realm inside his body. There are many uses or applications of the Tao will and, in turn, the Di realm. And one of the categories of these applications is how to prevent the enemy from removing the will from their bodies. And that's where the knotting technique originated from. By condensing the Tao will into a shape similar to a knot, it makes it 10 times to 100 times more challenging to remove it. Tao will is inherently difficult to control, let alone the more rigid Di realm. Even our current pseudo-Tao will should be difficult to use such a technique, yet his was flawless. Furthermore, knowledge about the Di realm has almost become extinct in this era. How did he recreate them? Is his talent so much different than mine? For the first time in a long time, Tian felt resentful. His talent was amongst the best, even in his era, which was full of geniuses. However, compared to monsters like Empress Wu and Wang Wei, he can only feel despair. No, something is not right, he thought, and his mind became clearer. That bastard left a spiritual hint on me to secretly influence my mind. He understood that the previous tactic and injury were not simply to weaken him. His opponent was a mastermind tactician, and any of his actions will have countless effects, many unforeseen or undetectable. All these thoughts flashed in Di Tian's mind in less than a nanosecond. Then he saw Wang Wei's smirking face rushing toward him, his fighting aura and bloodlust at an all-time high. Boom! Wang Wei's fist, boosted by the power of his pseudo-Dao will, clashed with Di Tian's cross arm, also protected by his pseudo-Dao will. And the result was that the ancient powerhouse was sent a few dozen meters away, with his bone more painful than it had ever been. His fleshly body is more powerful than me, by at least 6 or 7 fiend god force. And adding his more subtle control of his Dao will, my bones won't last long in a direct confrontation. Di Tian's mind once again became turbulent. How long did it take him to reach such a level? The knowledge from 10 lives and cultivating for 9. He spent years training, learning, struggling, and innovating before having today's achievement. And yet, in one short generation, someone else caught on with him and surpassed him. Fate is really unfair, isn't it? Suddenly said Wang Wei, who seemed capable of reading his mind. Bang! The space of the 4 quadrants shook and twisted as Wang Wei's kick was like an unparalleled axe slashing primordial chaos into 2. Then, his attack was followed by a subtle sound of cracking. My bones are cracked, thought Di Tian, who managed to rein in his thoughts. Not only is his fleshly body and Dao will higher than mine, but even his control over his body is also higher. His current achievement is that he can control every atom and subatomic particle of his body. However, from those 2 attacks, he sensed Wang Wei had reached another realm, a realm where he could control his essence, which is the source of the flesh, just like spirit is for the soul, and he is for all energy between heaven and earth. Di Tian summarized all his opponent's abilities while coming up with ways or methods to deal with them. During such a short period, his bones had already healed to their perfect state. After his injury, he already knew how to deal with his opponent, prevent the latter's pseudo-Dao will from entering his body and deactivating his regenerating factor. I have to say, you are much weaker than I anticipated, said Wang Wei while shaking his head. I'm quite disappointed. And you have allowed such short success to get to your head. You think so? Well, it's only human nature to indulge in one's success. In that case, why don't you show me the errors of my way? Calm down, calm down, calm down. He's only antagonizing you, thought Di Tian repeatedly in his mind to ensure his rationality. The power of samsara flashed from his body as a gate manifested behind. Wang Wei recognized this gate as it appeared on a previous battlefield, the Animal Hall. As the gate opened, a terrifying creature walked out. It was a colossal elephant with scale all over its body, 2 dragon horns, and his trunk looked like a dragon's body. Chaos life form, dragon elephant, pondered Wang Wei. Not many things about this powerful creature are known, except for a few legends. Rumors have it that this creature used its physical body alone to suppress the entirety of samsara independently. The dragon elephant fused with Di Tian, turning into a tattoo on his chest. Then his aura drastically increased. He gazed at Wang Wei full of bloodlust. In the end you still fell for it, thought Wang Wei, his mind extremely calm. Di Tian's fleshly body and physical prowess were not on par with him. So, the best course of action would be to switch to another field that he had the advantage. But no, instead he used a technique to boost his stats and compete with Wang Wei. And in this process, he had already lost the rhythm of the battle. The space shattered as it could bear the physical force released by Di Tian as he used it as standing to accelerate forward. And his punch contained a suppressing power that transcends gravity, forcing space-time from fluctuating or releasing any curvature. Bang! Wang Wei raised his left hand to block the attack. However, upon immediate contact, he detected the force behind it was beyond his means. So, he acted calmly as he used his pig zodiac technique. He absorbed the force that went beyond his capability and stored them in his acupoints. Then, in an instant, he used his right to release them by punching Di Tian's head. Di Tian swiftly evaded such a terrifying punch capable of destroying trillions of galaxies with little to no effort. Subsequently, he released a force that pushed his opponent a small distance from him. Finally, he appeared above Wang Wei, using a drop kick that resembled an axe slashing anything beneath it. Wang Wei secretly shook his head after seeing this. Ox Zodiac, the power his body could exert drastically increased as he clashed head-on with Di Tian's foot. Boom! A terrifying storm composed of chaotic space and time energy manifested from the place of contact of these two gods. No, great emperors. And in the final result, Wang Wei took a dozen steps back into the void before stopping. "Now we are talking," said Wang Wei with a smug look. "However, let me warn you first, if that's the only thing you have, you will barely count as an opponent. It seems your arrogance has no limit." "It's called confidence," replied Wang Wei before rushing over, his speed faster than teleportation as he used the Rabbit Zodiac. Upon his arrival, he released a barrage of punches, his speed so fast that it appeared as if he was not moving to the untrained eyes. Di Tian returned his arrogance and aggressiveness by returning punches to punches. In the first few punches, Wang Wei only used regular attacks. Then, he would focus all the forces in his body on a point before exploding them, like the Big Bang. This technique drastically increased his attack potency. However, Di Tian was not outdone as he used the same technique. After living so long, he knows how to use his forces properly. And the result was a draw. With the dragon elephant, Di Tian's physical prowess is technically above Wang Wei. However, he made up for the gap by simply using his higher boost using his pseudo-Dao will and higher manipulation of his body. Amid this barrage, Wang Wei used his Rat Zodiac to create a clone that appeared on Di Tian's right. The latter reacted swiftly by releasing a terrifying suppressing power that crushed the clone into oblivion. A flaw, thought Wang Wei as he took advantage of Di Tian's brief distraction to punch directly into the previous place he was injured. Rematch 2. Wang Wei's punch contained a penetrating strength that targeted Di Tian's injury with the intention of worsening his condition. Di Tian activated his first line of defense, his skin. His plan was to delay enough time to prepare a few more defenses. Unfortunately, his reaction was not as swift as the attack. So, he could barely control his muscles to reduce the force. Regardless, the sword wound on his rib cages and internal organs suddenly worsened. Why is his knotting technique so persistent? The rate at which I weaken it is abysmal, thought Di Tian, who was always secretly trying to remove his opponent's pseudo-Dao will. This is not the right approach for this battle. I need to get rid of my current state, no matter the price. Di Tian knew only one way to deal with the annoying Dao will: abandon his current body and regenerate a new one. However, if I do that, my stamina will drastically decrease. The Samsara Lord did not hesitate for much longer as he knew he would suffer even more if he continued fighting in such a terrible state. As for the issue of his stamina, he only needed to ensure this battle was short by exponentially increasing the intensity of his attacks. Bang! A terrifying force weighed on Wang Wei. It was like it was carrying the weight of the entire myriad emperor world on his back. Is this the power of the dragon elephant? According to legend, the dragon elephant's body was so powerful that it naturally released a pressure that could suppress heaven and earth. Wang Wei heard the sound of his bone croaking. He then briefly thought about how this pressure was the best tempering method for his body. Sadly, this was not the time and place for such a thing. Then, he activated his skin's divine ability and released an innate force field that alienated him from the effect of the pressure. However, the suppressing force was Di Tian's bait or misdirection. A large gate manifested behind him. It was obvious that he was prepared for something. So, Wang Wei did not let him succeed and immediately punched the gate into oblivion. Alas, this was another misdirection. While the gate bought him enough time, he opened his mouth to spew a red flame that rapidly turned into a phoenix. Then, Di Tian's body suddenly aged into an old man before becoming as skinny as a mummy. Finally, the phoenix turned into another version of himself, albeit slightly paler. Turning the chaos flame into the phoenix's flame of rebirth, analyzed Wang Wei. That's the most efficient way to deal with my knotting technique. However, time is now in my favor. He rushed toward his opponent. The surrounding space twisted before leaving permanent burn scars forever engraved in the fabric of space-time itself. What kind of flaming ability is this? He thought with great concentration. With his defense, how could any flame have such an effect? Furthermore, it was a flame he did not recognize. No, it's not a flame. He's controlling the internal heat of his body and releasing it outside. Bang! He blocked the upcoming fist, but he could hear the sound of his sizzling flesh. He glanced at his arm with a trace of surprise. His skin divine ability is to drastically reduce the damage that anything that comes in contact with his skin can do. Yet he saw a significant burning mark on his arm. Moreover, it was not the end. Tian could feel the surroundings were different. It was like he was deep inside a sauna, volcano, or deep in a planet's core. The heat was so intense that he could feel his skin dehydrating, his muscles shrinking, his bones melting, and his organs failing. Given how potent Tian's fleshly body was, this reaction would shock anyone who knew. After all, at his level, he should be immune to all flames, and yet, the temperature of Wang Wei's body did such damage to him. Tian hurriedly controlled his kidneys so that he fused water material when refining them. With the blessing of the water element, he countered the effect of the heat. Alas, his tactics soon proved to be a mistake. Wang Wei predicted his actions and immediately opened his mouth to blow. The breath came from his mighty lungs, so as soon as it hit, Tian's body began to freeze. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Comthe's sudden change from extreme heat to extreme cold did great damage to the Samsara Lord, affecting his skin and muscle. Furthermore, the water element inside his body reacted to the coldness of the breath, freezing his internal organs, bones, and ligaments. Tian generated intense heat or flame from his heart to deal with his current situation. And in less than a nanosecond, his body should eliminate these abnormal conditions and return to its peak state. Unfortunately, Wang Wei did not want to give him that time. He clenched his fist, making the space tremble in the process. He gathered the strength of his muscles and bones, which had reached the level of refining emperor artifacts by a capable weapon refiner. He punched forward with unparalleled momentum. Alas, he failed at least, but was not as successful as he wished. Tian reacted quickly. He learned from his opponent's strange battle tactic and controlled his blood, which was not affected by both the heat and the cold because of its extreme yang energy, to come out of his body and turn into blood spikes. The blood spikes targeted Wang Wei's fist and his upper torso. With relative ease, they penetrated his skin and the force field. However, Wang Wei reacted before they reached his muscles and penetrated deeper. Wang Wei controlled one of the trace elements that his body used to produce, iron. He boosted the iron to an unimaginable level and mutated it before reinforcing his already indestructible muscles. Clink. A metallic sound echoed in the void as Tian's blood spikes hit Wang Wei's metallized muscles. Boom! Wang Wei's fist did not stop because of the opponent's attack. So, with his punctured skin, he overpowered the blood spikes and punched Tian's face, sending him flying thousands of meters away. Tiger Zodiac, the mass and density of Wang Wei suddenly increased at an alarming rate. His size did not change, but his mass and density became 1,000,000 times the observable universe back on Earth. He became so massive and dense that he generated his own gravitational force that twisted all 4 quadrants of this battle. Not bad, thought Wang Wei. He was disappointed with the tiger, snake, horse, goat, rooster, monkey, and dog zodiac. So, he changed their ability, creating his own unique 12 zodiac technique. And the ability to control his mass and density is the result of the tiger zodiac. Using the massive gravitational force, Wang Wei launched himself forward. His objective is pretty simple and straightforward: smash into Tian with all this weight or mass. His attack was as if he took trillion upon trillion of galaxies, or millions of middle thousand worlds, and hit him all at once. By his estimation, he will do terrible damage once he hits. Tian's face changed as he saw the charging bull heading toward him. His body was still fighting the force of the previous punch, so his actions were limited. Yet, something else even more terrifying was coming. He had limited time to detect things and make a decision. So, Di Tian did not figure out Wang Wei's technique. However, his years of experience, intuition, and battle instinct told him he could not be hit. Otherwise, he would be in an even worse situation than when he was injured. His body suddenly became transparent, and Wang Wei's charging body passed through like he was nothing but a phantom or a mirage. His body became incorporeal? Is this a technique based on real and illusory? Truth and false? Wang Wei reacted swiftly. As soon as his body passed through, he abruptly stopped his momentum. It was like he ignored the concept of acceleration and inertia. His back faced Di Tian, and they were less than a few centimeters apart. Furthermore, Di Tian's body was still on the move. Yet, Wang Wei moved his body and turned around to kick Di Tian away. Boom! The latter's speed of flying drastically increased. He turned into a streak of light as he flew from the western quadrant to the eastern quadrant in a matter of seconds. No, something did not feel right with that last kick, thought Wang Wei. It reminded me of someone else, Yi Liangsang. It should be immunity to physical damage. Could this be one of the divine abilities he acquired after refining his body parts? Or another technique I did not know? Wang Wei frowned as he realized something. His oracle mirror was not as reliable as he thought. Rematch 3. Wang Wei only learned 95% of knowledge about Di Tian, mostly focused on his techniques and abilities. However, the remaining 5% involved his true hidden trump cards and the crux of this battle. However, something occurred that made his oracle mirror almost absolute. Di Tian achieved 10 supremacy. All the knowledge he learned about his opponent was during his 9-extremity foundation, rendering most of his knowledge obsolete. After all, after achieving 10 supremacy, Wang Wei updated his fate-transcending sutra, removing some useless techniques, improving others, and creating a bunch of new methods that can reflect his current strength. And he reckoned Di Tian did the same for his 9 samsara fist. In conclusion, the overwhelming advantage he thought he would have due to information was drastically reduced. All these thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he rushed toward his opponent and punched him again, his body as heavy and dense as ever. However, the result was the same. It was not effective. So, it is immunity to physical attack. What about elements and others? He swiftly controlled the electrical impulses in his body and combined them with the divine punishment Thunder sealed since he first entered the Duyi realm. Di Tian calmly tanked his attack before counterattacking with a punch of his own. Boom! Wang Wei flew away, and the sound of his bones cracking echoed in the void, followed by blood spewing from his mouth. I need to hurry, thought Di Tian as he went on the offensive. His skin ability recently mutated, giving him a short and temporary immunity to all attacks. However, he discovered something from that last attack. High intensity and potent attacks will shorten the time he can stay in such a state. With those 2 attacks, the time he can stay in that state has reduced by a few minutes. Di Tian rushed toward Wang Wei to punch and explode his head. However, his fist only hit the air. Before the moment of impact, Wang Wei dispersed all the molecules and atoms of his head, including his primordial spirit and sea of consciousness, allowing him to evade that brutal punch. His headless body then attacked Di Tian's stomach. His attempt was futile, but this was not his main objective. Using the force of his punch, he moved dozens of meters backward, distancing himself from his opponent. Then, his atoms reconstructed his head, and his primordial spirit returned to its rightful place. He's indeed immune to all attacks, thought Wang Wei. In that previous attack, he used his Dragon Zodiac to attack Di Tian's immunity. Although I did not succeed, I learned something new. Di Tian's technique was similar to his state of intangibility and maybe less stable. There is a time limit, which can be reduced after being overwhelmed. For the next 30 seconds, Wang Wei did not directly confront his opponent and used his speed advantage to evade. He used the Rabbit Zodiac to the pinnacle, along with subtle control of the space from his muscle divine ability. I need another method, thought Di Tian as he deactivated his ability. Such a technique was a life-saving method in such a dangerous battle, so he did not want to overuse it. And since his attempt to use it in a more offensive way failed, it was unwise to continue. So, without hesitation, he chose another tactic. Roelfa and Dialfres nu Omicron Viepsilon Elmi activated the concept of his body? Thought Wang Wei. Body refiners also requires some level of comprehension to reach a high level, as they need to imbue some concepts into their bodies, usually during the blood tempering phase. Wang Wei chose nothingness as his concept that would allow his body to become eternal or everlasting. If I remember correctly, he chose indestructible. From his knowledge, indestructible was the concept most used by body refiners. And that's one of the main reasons they are called indestructible Empyreans after opening the gate of power. To be precise, indestructible is the main path or concept chosen by Grand Tao for the body refining path. In the adult fiend god realm, or the fifth stage of the true power Tao realm, the flesh tribulation involves this concept, and there are even correlations with willpower. After activating his power, Di Tian did not waste time. He rushed toward his opponent with unparalleled momentum. He was like a bulldozer that would wipe out everything in its path. And that's exactly what he did. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Wang Wei created a barrier of powerful elemental attacks before him. He used the innate energy stored in his 5 internal organs. He used his Chaos Flame and Divine Punishment Thunder, but it was useless. Di Tian did not slow down as he let these things touch his indestructible body and headed straight to his opponent. After seeing the result of his actions, Wang Wei tried the next best course of action, to use his speed advantage. Alas, this tactic was useless this time around. Di Tian's shoes suddenly released an aura of mystery and nobleness. It was a chaos treasure designated for speed. Furthermore, with his new state, Di Tian could now mobilize more of the dragon elephant's suppression ability. The environment around Wang Wei changed, placing him into a state similar to intense gravity, thus drastically reducing his speed. Boom! With one punch, Wang Wei spewed a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs were punctured, his bones cracked, and his muscles ravaged. However, such an injury was insignificant to him and healed in an instant. Before being hit, he raised all his defense to an unimaginable level. He focused the iron produced by his body to harden his body, he used the gold and earth elements from his organs to reinforce his body for a second time, he used the yin-yang balance of his body for a third layer of defense, and finally, controlled his pseudo-Tao will to an extreme level, abandoning all attack for defense. So, not only was his defense at an all-time high, but he also prevented Di Tian's Tao will from entering his body and negating his regeneration. Damn it, why has his speed and defense reached such an extreme? Complained Di Tian, who felt he was fighting two people who cultivated speed and defense Tao to the limit. In his frustration, he became more aggressive as he rushed forward. He entered an extreme state where his spirit was extremely focused. As such, Di Tian's control over his pseudo-Tao will reach the highest level in his life. Battle is a great way to evolve and progress. After reaching 10 supremacy, Di Tian and Wang Wei had to train with the insurgents of their respective factions. However, these battles were not death battles with a great stake. So, there is a limit to how much they can grow from it. But now, it is different. They could fight each other without restraint while learning from each other. Di Tian's attack annihilates the space behind Wang Wei. However, his attack was useless as the latter turned his body into a fire elemental, becoming immune to his physical attack. Di Tian reacted swiftly as he kicked Wang Wei on the side of his ribs. His foot turned into a water elemental, sending him flying while bleeding fire for blood. Another anomaly, thought Wang Wei as he sensed the pain on his side. His elemental power contained something else. It seems to be a breath of chaos. What's going on? His mind worked extremely fast as he analyzed the weird aura. It reminded him of his chaos flame, but it was of water attribute. Could it be he has fused with chaos water, chaos earth, chaos metal, chaos wood, and chaos flame? Impossible. The mirror told me he used extreme innate materials for his organs except for the heart, where he used chaos flame like me. Wang Wei was confused, but Di Tian would not give him time to plan and strategize. Wang Wei suddenly became aggressive and met Di Tian's blow by punching him too. As expected, His arm almost broke because of the other's indestructible nature. And even his dragon zodiac did not work. However, he expected this outcome. His arm suddenly bent 360 degrees backward as if he had no joints, ligaments, or muscles. However, such a tactic allowed him to disperse most of the force from the punch with only a few crack bones. Taking this opportunity when Tian was closed, he headbutt him with great ferocity. And the result was the deformation of his cranium. Regardless, his objective was achieved. When he was very close, his eyes suddenly released a terrifying heat vision that pushed Tian backward. Even such a concentrated attack did no damage. Thought Wang Wei, feeling more things were abnormal. His previous immunity ability originated from his skin ability from the ancient desolate body refining scripture. However, this ability was different from what the Oracle Mirror revealed. Could it be the result of achieving 10 supremacy? No, it does not make sense. All my abilities increased in potency but did not completely mutate or change. Wang Wei knew this might be one of those trump cards from the 5% of the unknown. In this case, I must push him further to reveal more abilities. Rematch 4. A black lightning suddenly flashed around Wang Wei's eyes. His gaze became more intense and his aura more overbearing. The surrounding space twisted as if incapable of bearing his presence. Cracks appeared on Wang Wei's face, making him look a little scary. Oops, I used too much, he thought as the cracks healed and the intensity of the black lightning diminished. That should be the limit of my body. Wang Wei flew forward, his speed drastically faster than before. However, his path left a trail of black lightning behind. Boom! He punched Tian, who had a ghastly look on his face. The sound of bone cracking reverberated in the infinite void of space. However, this was the beginning. Wang Wei went for a punch on the latter's head to explode it. However, Tian took a page from his book and turned his head into water element through his ability to control elements from tempering his organs. Sadly, it was useless. Wang Wei's punch could ignore his indestructible nature, let alone his elemental body. Luckily, his attack did reduce the damage to some extent. Boom! Wang Wei made a second punch, and this one with even more ferocity. And with this one attack, Tian's body exploded into oblivion as every matter and molecule of his body was annihilated by the sheer force behind that attack. Wang Wei was not happy with his success. He looked in the distance where Tian's new body was. At least a minute before his death, he forced a drop of his blood through his fingers. And from that drop, he regenerated his new body. Willpower manifestation, thought Tian with an ugly expression. He should have expected this. Someone like Yin Zhen accomplished an incomplete will manifestation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's talent for body refining was higher than the latter, especially after swallowing Ji Song's heavenly axe physique. So, why would he not accomplish a better willpower manifestation? As for him, he had never achieved a willpower manifestation for many reasons, mainly because of his closed mind. Based on his knowledge, only exceptionally talented people who reach the middle and late stages of the infant fiend god realm can awaken their willpower. And most people will have to wait after opening the gate of power, which no one has ever accomplished in the lower dimension, before they can succeed. With this mindset, Tian never tried to manifest his willpower and take control of it. For a moment, he remembered a comment one of his teachers, a pure true power Dao realm emperor, said regarding this power: I torture my body to manifest my will. And from now on, my will is above heaven and earth's logic. And with this brief confrontation, he knew the meaning of these words. His body is currently in a state of indestructibility. But Wang Wei's fist did not care. His will believes it can destroy something indestructible, so it did. Wang Wei instantly appeared before Tian and punched him in one of the acupoints that rendered his body immobile. Then, he held the latter by the head before carrying him like unwanted luggage. Using the earth elements in his spleen to create dozens of giant planets with no life. And without hesitation he carried Tian as his shield, breaking through these planets. No, a better way to explain it was he used him as a jackhammer to dig through these planets one by one. However, he was unsatisfied with the planets, so he used his chaos flames to create stars. Then, he used his muscle divine ability to fold the space into stack walls. Bang. 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 Tion broke through these space walls one by one, his back and head bleeding intensely. Tion tried every method to remove his opponent's deadly grip on him. However, Wang Wei's willpower was the most overbearing power he had ever seen. Any methods he tried, the black lightning would forcibly destroy them or render them useless. Tion felt great humiliation but controlled his mind to be as calm as possible. And amid this humiliation, his spirit reached an unprecedented height. Crackle! A black lightning flashed in his fist as he punched Wang Wei's face. Willpower manifestation? Did he have a breakthrough during our battle and learn from me? However, it did not matter. Although Tion's willpower was extremely high, even higher than Ingen's, it was nothing compared to Wang Wei. Fortunately, his action of manifesting his willpower caught Wang Wei off guard for a brief moment. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Tion kicked him away, and his right boot's aura drastically diminished in the process. He used a secret technique to overload his Chaos Treasure boot, allowing him to generate a tremendous attack. The downside to this method is that the boot will be weakened for between a few minutes to a few hours. I guess I overestimated you, said Tion with a sneer. You have the perfect opportunity to inflict heavy damage on me. Instead, you used it to humiliate me? I thought you were better than this. Well, I am not, replied Wang Wei calmly. Our battle is not only a battle of revenge for me but also a process of spiritual cleansing. As he said these words, his aura changed subtly. It was like a significant burden from him was also lifted, just like when the battle started. As I said before, you've always been a mountain pressing on me. And in today's battle, I will not only overcome the mountain but conquer it. Wang Wei cracked his head and shoulders. Of course, he chose something that appeared useless because time was on his side for this battle. He has the advantage of stamina, so a prolonged battle is advantageous to him. And with his actions, he has slowly brought the advantage in the mental state area to his side. Veins appeared on Tion's neck and forehead. However, he breathed deeply to calm down. The combination of his willpower and Tao will is a nightmare. There is a reason that eternal emperors, and even pseudo-eternals, who are body refiners, are trouble throughout the entire chaos universe. And that reason is their control of their willpower and Tao will. With these two things boosting their speed, defense, and attack and nullifying the opponent's regeneration, they are the pinnacle of individuals in any chaos worlds. Furthermore, they are the nightmare of other groups because it is easier for these people to kill everlasting Empyreans and boundless paragons. However, it is not easy for anyone to reach the paragon realm with these two powers because of the restrictions of true heavenly Tao and grand Tao. Anyone who walks these two paths will suffer terrible tribulations if they want to become boundless and inextinguishable paragons. If I want a chance to win this battle, my only choice is to use that, thought Tion, who hesitated whether to release such a trump card so early in this battle. However, he soon made a decision after seeing the killing intent in Wang Wei's eyes as the black lightning flashed around his eyes. Furthermore, he had already decided that a short battle was to his advantage. His aura suddenly changed, followed by physical changes to his body. His skin became silver, followed by 4 pointy horns on his head. His clothes fused with his skin, leaving only pants. His white and black hair floated behind him as if there was wind in this void space. He grew claws along with a tail. Bat-like wings grew behind his back. In general, Tion was quite intimidating. He had the aura of a primordial and ancient being that had just awakened. His presence was awe-inspiring, inducing fundamental worship and fear embedded deep in any weak creatures watching this battle. The ancient desolate god transformation? Is this his trump card? Wang Wei did not believe it to be so. Although this transformation allowed the fleshly body to reach an optimal state, the increase in strength granted was minimal for their current stage. The greatest benefit of this transformation after achieving 10 supremacy is to increase the regeneration speed and intensity. For example, if usually Wang Wei and Tion could only regenerate 1,000,000, the transformation would increase the number between 50,000 to 10,000. However, the increase in things like attack and speed was minimal. It also optimized defense but was barely higher than the other stats. Roelfrendi Alfres nu Omicron v Epsilon L mass expected, he was correct. D. Tion's aura suddenly changed and became more ancient, noble, and fierce. Wang Wei felt his body instinctively tremble as he felt that aura. It was like his body immediately knew it meant someone extremely noble and fearful and should show respect. "This is," muttered Wang Wei as he controlled his body, not missing a single moment of D. Tion's transformation. His ancient desolate god transformation changed. To be precise, he reverted to a normal-looking body. The only difference was the strange tattoos on D. Tion's chest, followed by his completely purple eyes with no iris. Rematch v. Unedited chapter, Fiend God, muttered Wang Wei. This was the first time he sensed this aura, but he instinctively knew who and where it originated from. As the noblest creature between heaven and earth, anyone who met it would immediately know what it was. Fiend gods, an immortal race in which their newborn has the strength compared to immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. And before they can reach adulthood, all of them will have power compared to a great emperor. The lowest level of luck that a fiend god will be born with is 2 colors from the rainbow luck, and those with the most potential will be white luck, or the luck of paragons. Their bodies are bred by primordial chaos, so they are born with the best fleshly body in the chaos universe. Their infants are capable of destroying weak worlds because of their flesh. Before the rise of the body refining path and the emperor path, fiend gods were considered the most powerful creatures in the chaos universe, envied and respected by all heaven and myriad worlds. The only flaw of this creature was their very strict hierarchical society. The status of a fiend god was decided by their birth, based on their bloodline limit, which indicated whether their final potential is to become Tier 12, and what type of primordial law they were born with would determine their members' status. For example, fiend gods born with any of the 5 supreme outlaws with a Tier 12 bloodlines were the most renowned in any clan and had the highest status. Then, the hierarchy is followed by the people born with outlaw Daos and potent Daos. However, over the years, the custom of the fiend god clan had to change due to the rise of paragons and the emperor path. Certain fiend gods could break the limitation of their primordial law by acquiring the heaven will and eventually paragons. With such strength, they could even challenge the elders born with the 5 supreme outlaws. As such, many clans changed the rules to allow the more powerful members to have higher positions. However, some clans were stubborn and banned any of their members from participating in the heaven will battle and walking the path of the emperor. Anyone who broke this promise will be hunted down and executed. Wang Wei looked at D. Tion's transformation with great concentration. Is this one of his trump cards? The bloodline of a fiend god. He had to admit that he was not expecting such a thing. Fiend gods were rare creatures because they considered primordial chaos their homes, so they rarely entered chaos worlds. And with the contradictions between paragons and acquired life forms, the situation escalated even worse. Furthermore, even if a fiend god were to enter a chaos world, they would appear in the upper dimension. Heavenly Tao would not allow these powerful beings with unlimited potential to appear in the lower dimension because of the catastrophic damage they could create yet. So, in Wang Wei's mind, it was impossible for anything related to fiend god to appear in the lower dimension. Is that surprise I see in your face? Asked D. Tion as he clenched his hand, feeling the power bursting through his veins. I have to admit, you have surprised me beyond what I could calculate. I guess I should take this as a compliment coming from you, D. Tion replied with a sneer and a smug look. His fiend god bloodline was the reward the acquired life council granted him after creating many talented humans with the potential of becoming emperors and eternals. Although it was only 1 drop of diluted blood from a fiend god, it was more than enough, especially since it originated from an adult. D. Tion had access to that drop of blood for too long, and in his many reincarnations he tried to absorb it with no success. Although it was only a drop, that thing was very arrogant and would not accept a weak body fusing with it and acquiring a small portion of its bloodline. As such, over the years, Di Tian has been using it to temper his body to ensure his body and soul were compatible with the blood. According to his original plan, he would fuse with it after proving the Tao, ensuring his powerful bloodline could give him a greater boost from his Tao Bodhis awakening. And as fate would have it, Di Tian's inability to fuse with this blood was what saved him from Wu Hong's clutches. Otherwise, she would have taken it from his body after sealing him. Di Tian exhaled out loud. After so many years, he finally met the requirement. And he had to admit he felt a sense of accomplishment afterward. Let's see the power of this body, he thought. Boom. He instantly appeared before his opponent and punched him into a streak of light that flew from one quadrant to another. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Commonly bone fractures? Not enough. He appeared before Wang Wei and began a slugfest of fists. Their arms were moving so fast with these flurries of fists that only a few insurgents watching the battle could perceive them. Boom. Di Tian punched Wang Wei in the stomach, almost making him spill all his saliva and the launch his mother made for him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt his body was hit by a high-speed train. The damage is still minimal. Is this the power of willpower manifestation and Tao will? Analyzed Di Tian, who knew how powerful his attacks were. Furthermore, Fiend God's body contained an aura from primordial chaos that was corrosive to weak flesh. Yet, with all these advantages, he failed to significantly injure his opponent. Furthermore, he could not place his Tao will inside Wang Wei's body to negate his regeneration. Let's try this new power I acquired. Black lightning flashed around Di Tian's eyes as he essentially speed-blitzed Wang Wei, who stood in the distance. Then, a cacophony of bones breaking echoed in the northern quadrant as Di Tian went on a rampage, punching his opponent as if he wanted to pummel him into oblivion. Subsequently, the terrifying gravity of 1,269 million black holes larger than a universe suddenly acted on Di Tian, pushing him a dozen meters away. However, he received no damage whatsoever. Luckily, Wang Wei's plan for activating his acupoints was to buy him enough time to regenerate to his peak condition. No significant damage, thought Di Tian, who felt slightly frustrated before squashing such useless emotions. He knew the reason for his failure. His opponent had perfectly controlled their willpower and Tao will to boost his defense to the pinnacle. Furthermore, he ensured that he would not receive any injuries similar to Di Tian from the nodding technique. I have taken this opportunity to learn how he applied his willpower and Tao will. However, it will take me some time to reach his level. Furthermore, his willpower is so much higher than mine that it's scary. Countless thoughts flashed in Di Tian's mind as he thought of a way out of the situation, a way to end this battle as quickly as possible. No, my mindset needs to change. Time is on his side and he knows. So he won't allow a quick battle. I need to drag him down to my level, injure him severely with the power of the Tao will, and force him to do a complete regeneration that drains his stamina. Di Tian waved his hand, and 9 objects of various shapes appeared before him. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after seeing the aura of these objects, chaos treasures. He secretly cursed how rich this bastard was, relying on his old age and inheritance to hoard such unquantifiable wealth. Regardless, he knew long ago that this was one of Di Tian's advantages over him. One of his biggest regrets was that the sleepers did not have access to Di Tian's wealth and only helped him collect resources. Meanwhile, the real location of all his wealth was under his strict control. Di Tian opened his mouth and swallowed. An unknown aura or energy emanated from the 9 objects entered his stomach, making them dimmer than they previously were. After ingesting not pure chaos aura from these treasures, his fiend god bloodline synthesized them into a string of primordial chaos aura that traveled throughout his body and nourished it. Boom! Di Tian's already mighty and terrifying aura drastically increased. A few new tattoos appeared on his body, and his purple eyes became slightly darker. The black lightning around his eyes became thicker as it appeared that his fiend god bloodline made it easier for him to manifest his willpower and control it. Truly worthy of the noblest creature between heaven and earth. Everything comes easier for them, thought Di Tian as he gazed at his opponent like an apex predator who saw his prey. This is the perfect opportunity for me. I've never been able to use that power before. But maybe between life and death, I can succeed and master it. Rematch 6. Di Tian applied his pseudo-Dao will and willpower manifestation to his leg, increasing his already unparalleled speed. He moved so fast that he left tears in the fabric of space-time. However, the tear only appeared a few seconds after he left. Boom! A terrifying explosive sound echoed in this vacuum of space. The sound originated from Wang Wei's two arms exploding like popped balloons. However, despite the gruesome fate of his limbs, not even a peep got out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Di Tian was not focusing on such a useless matter. After taking care of his opponent's way of defending himself, he went for the kill. So, without hesitation and giving his opponent enough time to react, he made a second punch. Another exploding sound echoed in the void as Di Tian's arm was inside Wang Wei's chest, turning him into a human donut with no arms. Di Tian immediately frowned. His attack appeared successful, but it was not. He intended to obliterate his opponent's entire body, including his soul. However, at the very last minute, Wang Wei reinforced all the parts of his body except for the upper limb. With these reinforcements, Di Tian's attack couldn't destroy his lower limbs and his head. Then, he directed most of the force of the attack on his upper torso, forcing the attack to only leave a hole in his body. Such a high battle IQ, high experience, subtle control and understanding of force, and excellent application of his Dao will and willpower manifestation, secretly praised Di Tian. There are many things I can learn from him. Di Tian prepared for another brutal attack. However, Wang Wei's limbs had already regenerated in such a short moment. So, without hesitation he attacked Di Tian's head with his elbow. Sadly, Di Tian's unparalleled speed also involved his reaction speed. As such, he slightly moved his head to evade the attack. Wang Wei seemed to have expected this movement, so he gathered the terrifying gravity from the black holes in his acupoints and released them through his elbow. Meanwhile, Di Tian calmly faces the immense gravity heading for his head. He released his own gravity or suppressing power from the dragon elephant. Boom! Boom! The clash of these two's gravity twisted the space. At a micro level, all the smallest subatomic particles were scattered and dispersed. And in a very short period, Wang Wei's power was overwhelmed. The dragon elephant's power is based on its wielder's physical prowess. And Di Tian's current fleshly body has reached an unimaginable level through the fiend good bloodline. The crux of Wang Wei's attack was to buy him a few nanoseconds to regenerate his upper torso. And his plan succeeded while failing at the same time. Something is corroding my innard, thought Wang Wei. At first, he thought it was the weird primordial aura from the fiend god. However, he had already taken precautions for this situation. Many of his clones had fused with chaos materials when refining their bodies. So, Wang Wei gathered the chaos aura from them as a form of defense for his innards. Furthermore, Wang Wei has been analyzing Di Tian's primordial aura. With a bit of time and the use of his Qi Flower divine ability, it's not impossible for him to synthesize primordial aura like Di Tina using chaos aura. Luckily, this power is weak and he has no control of it yet, thought Wang Wei as he removed the effect on him. Furthermore, he added it to the list to watch for and not let inside his body. After crushing his opponent's gravity, he rushed forward, his mind focused to the limit. The fiend god is one of the most talented creatures between heaven and earth, so they have a natural instinct when controlling things like willpower. Although it is not enough for them to reach the peak, it's more than enough for 99% of ordinary body refiners. So, all I need to do is follow my Bodhi's instinct to quickly reach a high level of control of my willpower. Immediately, the black lightning near his eyes that symbolized his willpower manifestation thickened. Bang! Wang Wei's new arms once again exploded. Furthermore, the upper half of his torso was also missing a big chunk. Di Tian went on the offensive with consecutive attacks. Wang Wei reacted by blocking his legs. He gathered all his defensive methods, including focusing the force field from his skin on his legs, ignoring the defense of the other parts. His right was missing. However, Wang Wei did not care. Despite his terrible situation, His injuries were child play since his core was not injured. Of course, he also knew he could not continue this constant regeneration, otherwise, his stamina would drop to D. Tian's level. I just need to find the feeling from back then, thought Wang Wei as he concentrated, trying to fuse two different yet similar powers. I think you should take a look at Snavel. D. Tian's attack reached his left leg. However, the thing was not instantly annihilated into oblivion. On the contrary, it only twisted beyond what the human's exoskeletons allowed. However, despite the terrible shape of his legs, Wang Wei's eyes shone. That's it, it's almost there. Meanwhile, D. Tian felt a sense of crisis. He knew what these eyes meant. His opponent was on the verge of a breakthrough during battle. He had experienced it himself in this battle and saw similar eyes during their first confrontation. His mood became agitated, which resulted in awakening another power from his bloodline. In an instant, his strength and speed increased by a few % as he rushed toward his opponent. Bang! He punched the head, destroying everything else in the process. D. Tian looked at his fist and the place where Wang Wei's body used to be, and he was not happy. When his fist hit his opponent's head, it did not immediately explode. On the contrary, the head blocked his attack for far longer than it should have, given the strength he placed behind that attack. Furthermore, his Dao will and willpower received their greatest resistance since the beginning of this battle. If the previous battle was a towering wall made of a well-refined or crafted, it was now made of the best steel humans can create. He looked in the distance where Wang Wei's body appeared. He did not hesitate to use bone substitution and sacrifice one of his lives for this breakthrough. Is it that important? Wang Wei appeared in the distance with a smile on his face. The answer was simple: resonance between my body and Dao while using my soul as the medium. Will manifestation is the result of my body or essence? At the same time, Dao will originated from my Dao, which is associated with the Qi, and the soul is the manifestation of the spirit. Wang Wei clenched his fist as he fused these two powers. He sensed how the increase brought by using them independently could not compare to when combined. In the early stages of my cultivation, when I was ignorant, I used to call my D realm with the name True Will. But I feel this name was more suited for this new power. Wang Wei did not know the name of the fused power of these different wills since Wu Hong refused to tell him the name. Regardless, he had a feeling the original name was also True Will. When his young self named it True Will, he was probably influenced by his future self and foreshadowed his eventual acquisition of this power, or it could be he was in tune with the universe and also divined the future. Whatever the truth was, the only thing that mattered was the name. After a few tests, Wang Wei finally focused on his opponent. In this brief confrontation, many things happened, not including his breakthrough. For example, he had identified or had a solid theory to explain the strange power of D. Tian's bloodline. It should be the primordial will. The primordial law of fiend gods is boosted by the primordial will of primordial chaos. However, they lose that boost after entering a chaos world. His bloodline does not have a primordial law. However, someone used a brilliant method to refine it and keep some of the power from the primordial will. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he had a few more theories. For example, D. Tian cannot actively control that remnant of primordial will. Instead, it will passively boost all his abilities, similar to how it does for Fiend God's laws. However, that's just my theory and has not been verified. So, I should be on the lookout for the possibility of being wrong. Furthermore, I do not know the limit of the primordial will's boost to his overall ability and strength. After making his analysis, Wang Wei prepared for the continuation of the battle. He could not wait to try out the power of his true will. Rematch 7. As Wang Wei applied his true will, the dark lightning next to his eyes turned a shade of red. Furthermore, his body now released a more repressive aura. Then, he watched calmly as D. Tian rushed toward him. In their previous confrontation, his mind could follow the latter's movement, but his body could not respond on time. However, it was different. He could now see and react by applying his true will to his nervous system. Their fists confronted each other, generating shockwaves that made this cosmic battlefield tremble. However, the result of such a confrontation was mutual restraint. The fusion process was not smooth and natural. The resonance was not fluid or perfectly balanced, thought Wang Wei. It's possible to concentrate even more on my willpower and Dao will, pondered Di Tian. In this one confrontation, the mind of these two titans worked at an accelerated speed that would put most quantum computers to shame and out of work. Boom. Another attack in which they were equal. This time, the issue was with my willpower. It is so much more potent than my Dao will that I need to weaken it to achieve balance. His willpower manifestation and Dao will functioned like natural instincts for him, like any other limbs on his body. Such an achievement requires talent and years of training. I don't have such a long time, so I must rely on the natural instinct of my bloodline. In the back of his mind, Di Tian felt some unnecessary thoughts arise, but he suppressed them with his spirit and concentrated. Boom. Di Tian took a few steps back, the bone of his left arm hurting immensely. The doubting thoughts deep in his subconscious became even louder. Regardless, he moved forward with a third attack. His bones fractured as Wang Wei's strength overwhelmed the limit of his indestructibility and the defensive capabilities he had spent billions of years training. No, I can't lose. I refuse to lose, especially to him. The talent gap in the cultivation world is something that can drive the most determined man to his doom. Di Tian has known and recognized this fact through brutal experience after meeting and fighting some of these talents. However, of the ones he met, he refused to lose to Wang Wei, not out of pride or unwillingness to accept his limitation, but because the latter was a Dao overlord, and he was not. Di Tian's intense emotions resonated with the primordial will deep in his bloodline. Then, the primordial will responded to his call and boosted his physical prowess. Boom. It was Wang Wei's turn for his bones to crack and take a few steps back. However, his eyes became brighter after this brief confrontation. His acute senses detected the changes in Di Tian's emotions through Su Ya's methods. He also noticed the resonance between Di Tian's mood and the primordial will. I was wrong. I should not treat my true will like some sort of energy that only requires precise understanding and control. There is some aspect of the mind, including desires or wishes. He remembered the comments left in Wu Hong's notebook, "My will is above heaven and earth." Wang Wei clenched his fist and punched his opponent. And as soon as the two fists met, Di Tian's face changed. He felt an overbearing power entering his body and suppressing the primordial will in his bloodline. Then, it proceeded to suppress his Dao will and willpower manifestation. The two tried to resist and even briefly work together. Alas, their attempt was futile as that power was too overbearing. That power was the embodiment of the saying, "Follow me and thrive, oppose me and be annihilated." So, Di Tian watched in horror as half of his body exploded into oblivion. And the shock he felt was not hiding in his facial expression. But, it was not the end as Wang Wei went for a second punch. Bang! Di Tian's body exploded into oblivion, not leaving a single atom or piece of his soul in this mortal world. This attack was perfect, thought Wang Wei. It reached the limit of mortality. After combining his zodiac technique, his superb control of force or strength, and an ungodly application of his true will, his attack reached 39 infant fiend god force, which is the limit for a mortal body. If it were in an ancient time when there was a third gate, he would need to open at 40 infant fiend god force, proving the Tao with the flesh and becoming a third-class emperor. If what he learned from myths about the prehistoric world is true, the level of 40 infant fiend god force is what they called sanctification of the flesh. Wang Wei gazed in the distance as Di Tian's new body reformed. "I think you should take a look at Snavel. So, his bone ability is the same as mine." The fiend god bloodline mutated many of the latter's abilities, but it seemed the internal organ's ability to control elements, elementalize, and the bone substitution remained. Wang Wei did not hesitate as he rushed toward his opponent. Since he had the advantage, he would not let it go so easily. The black-red lightning in his eyes became denser, increasing his overall intimidation factor. Heaven and earth assimilation. Di Tian did not waste time and used his muscle divine ability. His body assimilated with his surroundings, taking on the property of the entire cosmic star battlefield. Bang! Wang Wei drop-kicked his opponent on his head, and the latter blocked with his hands. Di Tian flew a dozen meters away before stopping. However, only his arms were injured. Another strange and unknown technique, thought Wang Wei as he continued his offensive. He chose a barrage of attacks to see the limit of this technique. Bang! 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 His defense has drastically increased, thought Wang Wei. It feels like him fighting the entire world. He detected Di Tian's body to acquire specific properties: vast, infinite, empty, and natural correctional ability. All these attributes usually correspond to space. Did his body become a universe? No, there seemed to be a connection between him and the surrounding environment. Did he assimilate with the entire battlefield? While amid his barrage of punches, Wang Wei analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, Di Tian was on the defensive. He tried to find a way to counterattack, but the result of his attempts was more punch to the face as his defense weakened. Meanwhile, Wang Wei changed his true will with the desire to destroy the universe, increasing the potency of his attack as it directly targeted Di Tian's technique. Unfortunately, this method worked briefly as he only exploded the latter's head for a short period. He has improved tremendously in this battle, thought Wang Wei as he watched Di Tian regrew his head. The main focus of his attacks has been to infiltrate his true will into his opponent's body. However, Di Tian has been extra careful to block his attempts. And when they succeeded, he was ruthless and eliminated the part that had been infected before Wang Wei's true will had set in and done any damage. And his body, with the properties of infinite space, made it easier to remove the infected areas. Boom! Wang Wei punched again, but his attack did little to no damage. I see. The scope of his assimilation is based on how large the space is. His previous assimilation was the starry battlefield, but now, it should involve all the other dimensions. Things became tricky for Wang Wei. Such a technique should place a heavy burden on Di Tian's body and soul. However, with his fiend god bloodline, he should last longer than anticipated. As for the latter's soul, Wang Wei could already tell his primordial spirit had reached the level beyond jade quality. A prolonged battle is in my favor. However, Di Tian is the kind of genius with a terrifying foundation due to his long life. In this battle, he can make countless breakthroughs while under pressure by relying on his solid foundation. Time was on his side, but if he could not hurt Di Tian, the latter might take this opportunity. After analyzing the situation with absolute calmness, he made the appropriate response. He continued his barrage as if he was using the same tactic. Di Tian was now an unbreakable tank. However, he was slow as a turtle to Wang Wei, so he could only defend trying to come up with another tactic out of this situation. But Di Tian suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then, blood streaked down his eyes, nose, and ears. How is that possible? He muttered before swiftly checking the reason. He discovered the strange power that was the combination of Dao will and willpower. His next tactic was to use the time his defense was unbreakable to analyze that power and see if he could recreate it. But now, he discovered Wang Wei had managed to implant it inside his body, negating his regenerating power. Such an injury was on par with when the battle first began. How did he bypass my defense? My senses? Could he have created a technique to make it invisible? Di Tian was partially correct. Wang Wei's method was simple misdirection. He divided his true will into two parts with his subtle manipulation. Then, he used one part to distract his opponent. So, while Di Tian thought he had blocked the first true will, he sneaked the second one into his body and hid all its fluctuation. After, he repeated the process until all the true ill could not be hidden and detonated them. If anyone from the upper dimension were watching this battle, they would be terrified. After all, Wang Wei had just acquired the power of true will, yet he had such control over it. Such a talent was genuinely horrifying. Of course, these people would give up too much credit for him. The reason for such rapid improvement was the foundation he laid with his force control skill. I need a new tactic for this battle, said Di Tian, who realized his approach was wrong from the beginning, from the moment he lost the rhythm of the battle. Regaining momentum. Di Tian realized many things after his injury. The main one is that he lost the rhythm of the battle, making him follow his opponent's desire and only use his fleshly body from the start of the fight. His mindset has been influenced to prove to Wang Wei that he is better than him in the fleshly body department, thus only using his flesh to compete with the latter. And in that competition I lost completely, thought Di Tian. He did not reach this conclusion because of his current major injury, but because of another observation he recently noticed. He's holding back while I was not, analyzed Di Tian. During the entire fight, Wang Wei never used the concept in his fleshly body nor transformed into his ancient desolate god form. Such a fact meant that while he had little to no reservations, his opponent reserved these things as final trump cards. So, what is my next move? Start using my Dao and go all out to defeat him? Such a move seemed the best, but Di Tian understood he was already behind. If the battle had a score, he was losing by 2. So, moving to the stage of fighting with his Dao did not give him any advantage. His tactic was first to weaken me, take control of the battle's rhythm while forcing me to reveal some of my trump cards. I can follow his plan and do the same to him. I need a category where I can win over him and regain the momentum of this battle. Di Tian's mind went on overdrive as it worked faster than any supercomputer known to future humanity on Earth back in the prehistoric world. The soul. If I can take advantage in a soul battle, I can regain my momentum. And such a victory would have great significance since he is obviously arrogant regarding his soul. Di Tian immediately knew this plan was viable. Simultaneously, he also knew this was a complex thing to pull. When I first met him, I peeped at his soul and was horrified. I cannot imagine its essence or origin. However, from the pagoda and my knowledge of him, his soul is not absolute. With the right aid, it can be influenced. Di Tian's eyes brightened. He would have never tried such a tactic if only he had a 9 supremacy foundation. However, to achieve 10 supremacy, he had to acquire an innate emperor soul. So, with such a level of soul, he felt his plan could succeed with the proper aid. He swiftly combed through his mind, thinking of the best illusion art he could access. The infinite layer illusion art, thought Di Tian, the emperor scripture created by the 10-tail emperor, the only great emperor from the Fox clan. After proving the Tao, many people believed she immediately left, but that was not the complete truth. She finished her emperor scripture but did not leave it to the Fox clan. Instead, she scattered it into the myriad emperor world, with the mindset that if the clan is destined, they will find it. Of course, her main objective was to leave her legacy behind, and in some ways repay this world's karma for giving birth to her. However, the person who discovered it was one of their sleepers. So, it ended in Di Tian's hands. When it comes to illusion Dao, the 10-tail emperor might only be in the top 20 emperors in the myriad emperor world. However, regarding the uniqueness of her scripture, she is in the top of 5, even the top 3. All these thoughts flashed in Di Tian's mind at an alarming rate. Then, after making a preliminary plan, he began to act. He waved his hand to manifest a black river above his head. As soon as the river appeared, Di Tian felt a terrifying gaze with an uncontrollable desire. It was like a man who spent days in the desert without food, discovered civilization and received a proper meal for the first time. The weird thing about the sensation was that he was the food in that scenario to that gaze. Luckily, the situation was so brief that he almost thought he had made a mistake. And what he did not know was a few divine punishment thunder descended on the nether hell after he summoned the Black River. Wang Wei looked at that sea, feeling it was something he knew. After taking a moment, he recognized what it was. The Black Sea of Forgotten Memories, he murmured before his eyes went blank. Heart of Despair. Di Tian activated his well-crafted illusion before using the Black Sea to boost the strength of the illusion. The Black Sea of Forgotten Memories, also known as the Nether Black River, is a body of water usually available in all reincarnation stations. Before a soul can reincarnate, they must wash in the Black Seal, which will erase or seal the memories of their previous life. The Black Sea is a powerful resource. It is why cultivators will not immediately be born with their memories intact, and that includes paragons. Only a rare few can reincarnate and instantly remember the memories from their past life. They usually have to take 5 to 10 years before remembering, or, at the very least, wait until they reach the first cultivation stage of wherever they are reincarnated. And when it comes to people below the Empyrean level, it's almost statistically impossible to regain their memories immediately after reincarnating without any foreign aid like a treasure. And even amongst Empyreans, only everlasting one who has understood their true self have the chance of reawakening their memories as soon as possible. During his long life, Tion has washed his soul in the black sea of forgotten memories multiple times. And one time, he tried to steal some of its water and succeeded. His plan for the water was to refine it into an insurgent chi. As long as he had enough of it, it was possible to create an eternal Emperor tier insurgent chi. The second option he had for this water was to either absorb or refine it into a treasure that could help better understand or control his samsara Tao. However, the water was of the highest quality despite the small quantity. So, Tion has never been able to put it to good use until he achieved 10 supremacy. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kuang Wei opened his eyes, confusion written all over his face. Where am I? What was I doing? He looked around and saw himself in a cultivation room. He looked at his hands, face, and even dress. He had the odd feeling they were out of place. However, before he could analyze the situation even deeper, he received a notification that someone was outside his room. He used the jade talisman that controlled the formation in the room to check outside and saw a beautiful woman waiting for him. "My Honger," he muttered with a heavenly smile on his handsome face. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and his smile quickly faded. "Soon, you will truly be perfect." He left the cultivation room, and an angelic body rushed into his embrace as soon as he was outside. The previous genuine smile reappeared as he held her tightly in his arms, not wishing to let go even if the world breathed its last breath. "Hongya, what has gotten you so excited?" "Husband, your plan worked," replied Wu Hong, not hiding her excitement. "Plan?" asked Wang Wei, momentarily confused. "Oh, you mean we caught someone?" "Yes." "Then let's go see who it is." The two walked into another room, their arms linked even tighter than any karmic bonds blessed by heavenly Tao itself. Soon, they reached a room guarded by 2 guards with immense aura. Wang Wei and Wu Hong bowed to the guard. Although these people's status was technically lower than theirs, they were both immortals and deserved such respect. After entering the room, they saw a sloppy old man drinking and enjoying himself to the fullest. The elderly man looked like any normal mortal drunk. Even worse, his appearance could easily distinguish him as a beggar. "Fiend Eye Great Emperor," saluted the two with the utmost respect. "Wire, Hong, you came to see the big fish we caught?" asked the drunk with a smile. "Even you're calling it a big fish?" asked Wang Wei. "See for yourself," said the drunkard as he waved his hand to display a screen. Wang Wei saw a large black cat with a long tail made of shadow and a completely white iris. "The white shadow cat," said Wang Wei in surprise as he recognized that creature. "It is an innate demon born from both the shadow and death energy between heaven and earth, making it the perfect assassin. As such, during this war, it became the leader of the innate demon god's assassination squad, killing countless geniuses and even emperors of the acquired side. Their leader's infamy has already reached the entire lower dimension as he never failed an assassination attempt. But now he was their prisoner. "I didn't think we would catch him," said Wang Wei. "Although he is the one who set up this bait mission, he never expected to catch such a big fish. With your contribution to this war, your threat has already been labeled the highest by these people." "So, they would never allow you to prove the Tao," replied the drunkard, who has not kept the battle down ever since these people entered the room. "It's not surprising they would send him to eliminate you." Wang Wei thought for a moment and agreed. Before creating his sons and a masterpiece like his wife, he created many other humans as practice. Although they are not considered eternal talent, many of them have the possibility of becoming powerful immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. As such, The innate demon gods have always been considered a threat on the same level as these monsters with the potential to become eternal supremes. Will it be fine to leave him? These demons and gods won't allow him to die so easily, asked Wang Wei with worry. The drunk stopped for a while and gave him a look. For some reason, Wang Wei detected surprise in his eyes, followed by sadness, pity, and hope. He was confused why he could read the emperor's emotions so vividly. More importantly, he was worried about the source of these emotions as he gazed at him. Don't worry. One of the supreme leaders is here. Wang Wei sighed in relief. For anyone to become a supreme leader, they must be an eternal emperor or have the battle prowess of one. However, his intuition quickly told him that one supreme leader might not be enough for this situation. Logically speaking, this was not the truth, especially with someone like the Fiend Eye Emperor, a top first-class emperor. Furthermore, he knew another great emperor in this area was even more powerful than this drunk. Alas, he was still worried. So, he opened his mouth to say something. Boom! The room began to shake, and Wang Wei had a terrible feeling looming over him. Argument. With his keen senses, Wang Wei senses multiple terrible approaches to this location. How could this be? He muttered since he did not expect such a terrible response from capturing the white shadow cat. Boy, you're smart enough to understand that not everything is as it seemed on the surface, suddenly said the old drunkard before taking a large sip from his gourd. Then he stood up before disappearing from everyone's eyes. Wang Wei was not stupid, so he took time to ponder the meaning behind these words. So, a few seconds later, his face became ugly to look at. The Supreme Outlaw Trial, he thought, thinking about an odd conversation he had a few hundred years ago. Many people talked to him about the trial, leaving hints and clues for him to find the truth. After following them, he learned the truth. But not long afterward, he was summoned by one of the supreme leaders and informed that Heavenly Tao gave him a pass so he did not have to undergo the trial. So, Wang Wei focused on his creation Tao, trying to create the perfect life form between heaven and earth. However, soon afterward, the supreme leader summoned him again and told him to stop his work, otherwise, he would suffer the consequences. Such a warning was the only one, so the stubborn Wang Wei ignored it and continued his work. However, after taking this moment to ponder on the situation, he realized many of the odd and convoluted conversations he had with different people were their attempts to warn him of this impending catastrophe. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the floating formation before him. He stared at the white shadow cat and immediately knew it was the catalyst for his catastrophe. This would explain the Fiend Eye Emperor's look. He knew this was coming. Wang Wei began to walk back and forth, trying to prevent panic from overwhelming his mind. Calm down, calm down, calm down, he repeated in his mind. Since it's a trial, there must be a way to pass. Although he convinced himself of these words, his mind drew blank as he tried to plan a strategy for this situation. Going to fight was of the question since he could sense the terrifying aura of the people outside. He identified the aura of at least 4 innate demon gods comparable to eternal emperors and countless other powerhouses. Meanwhile, on his side, there were only supreme leaders. "Husband, what is going on?" asked Wu Hong, her voice trembling slightly. She had never seen her husband undergo so many emotions in such a short time. Wang Wei opened his mouth to say something, but no word emanated from his mouth. "You don't have to worry, nothing will happen, I promise," he reassured. "Husband, if you tell me what's happening, maybe I can help," said Wu Hong in a gentle voice. The hesitation in Wang Wei's eyes deepened. His creation was the perfect creature. So, it was the pinnacle of humanity regarding look, talent, and intelligence. As such, she might have a good way to get out of this situation. However, Wang Wei shook his head. Firstly, he did not want to worry her. Secondly, he felt she was not yet ready to deal with such a situation. "Don't worry. If I need your help, I will ask," replied Wang Wei as he gently caressed her back. Wu Hong wanted to say something, but in the end, she only sighed after seeing the look in her husband's eyes. "By the way, are any of the children here?" asked Wang Wei, his face oozing with tension and worry. No, you forbade them from participating in this operation. That's good, he muttered softly. If he cannot survive this situation, he will feel better knowing none of his children were to go with him or see his demise. Wang Wei then began to walk back and forth. This is a habit he has picked up when thinking intently about a problem. Bang! The entire compound shook, waking him up from his concentration. He could feel more aura outside, and with each passing second, the looming danger he felt intensified. Wang Wei exhaled and took a deep breath, trying to concentrate. He knew worrying about the outside would not do him any good. Unfortunately, he found it very difficult to concentrate. Damn it, why couldn't I be more powerful? He was only in the law body realm. Although his current strength was on par with Immortal Venerable Three-Leaf, his main focus was not on battle but on creation. The Heaven Will battle was approaching soon, so he had planned to retreat in a time formation to make up for his lack of battle methods. Wang Wei raised his hand to emanate a pink and purple color light, and from that light, he created a jade as white as snow. Without hesitation, he hung the jade on his side, and it immediately released a cold aura that made his mind peaceful and without any distraction. The effect of this origin ice jade is better than I anticipated, thought Wang Wei before waving his hand to create a large tablet. However, the tablet immediately began to fade as soon as it appeared. I need to hurry. With this enlightenment tablet, my wisdom, intelligence, and comprehension will reach another level. Maybe I can find a solution. Wang Wei sat before the tablet and closed his eyes. A mysterious aura emanated from his body. However, less than 5 minutes later, the door disappeared, and he opened his eyes. However, Wang Wei could not control his aura, destroying the tiles on the floor. Furthermore, his eyes were bloodshot. No, there must be another way, he said, his voice almost reaching the point of roaring. He waved his hand to create another tablet and prepared to try again. There is no need to try again. Wang Wei turned to look at his wife, his gaze a little scary. The only way for you to pass the trial is to kill me. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Omicron, how do you? He paused as he remembered they were linked through their soul, karma, and even fate. So, when he is agitated and unable to control his emotions, she can peek at his mind and memories. Don't talk nonsense, he said in a harsh tone. You know it's true. When there is a will, there is a way, rebutted Wang Wei. If you don't want to kill me, then there is only one way to pass this trial. You must. Shut up, he yelled. Don't ever mention this. Wang Wei ignored her and concentrated on the fading tablet. Meanwhile, Wu Hong looked at him with sadness. As long as you accept my imperfections, we can survive and live a happy life with our children. Without being perfect, wouldn't I still be me? She sighed softly before controlling her sadness. Soon, a sonorous sound echoed in the room as Wang Wei woke up, punching the ground. So closed. I feel there is definitely a way to pass this trial. He had a strange feeling he had passed this test before and could do it, but he was missing something. However, he soon ignored this weird feeling and concentrated. He created his third and final tablet. The tablet was a wonder of heaven and earth, and his creation Tao cannot permanently create it. And after 3 attempts, he had reached his limit. Alas, the result was the same. So, when he opened his eyes, Wang Wei had difficulty controlling his emotions and mind, even with the jade. So, he created a second one to double the dose. I need to get you out of here. You want to send me away? Yes, replied Wang Wei, frighteningly calmly. The trial involved me. So, as long as I die, everything will be fine. Have you thought about me? How am I going to live without you? Wang Wei was quiet. I'm sure it will be hard. However, you can move on with time. The only thing I ask of you is to find someone more talented than me to continue my work. He did not have any hope for her to revive him. With how Heavenly Tao operates, he knew he would most likely achieve true death for his transgression of pursuing immortality even after being granted a pass. So, he only wishes to find a worthy successor. At this point, does that matter? Besides you and the children, it's the only thing I can't let go of. Wu Hong looked intensely at him. For the first time in her life, she felt resentment toward him, toward herself for not meeting his standard or fulfilling his desire. "No, today, we will both die," yelled Wu Hong. "Don't be stubborn," countered Wang Wei, his voice also raised. "You are the future of the human race. With your talent, you can lead us to victory in this war after proving the Tao. Plus, what about the children? Someone must look after them. Why does it have to be? Why can't it be you?" Wang Wei stood up from the ground and held Wu Hong closer to his chest. He placed his forehead on hers as he whispered, "My love, I'm begging you. Please, listen to me and leave this place." His voice was soft while also trembling. "Why must you do this?" asked Wu Hong, tears falling from her eyes. "I have never ordered or demanded anything of you. So, please listen to me and leave. Live a long and fulfilling life. Cry when you feel sad, laugh on joyous occasions, smile upon remembering your fond memories, and walk far down the path of cultivation. Please do this for me." The sound of Wu Hong crying and their beating hearts echoed in this large chamber. Bang! The room shook again, and Wang Wei's head moved swiftly as he looked in one direction. Regret. Unedited chapter. That direction, thought Wang Wei. He detected the trembling originated from the room where they kept the white shadow cat captive. Boom, boom. The sound of something breaking became louder with each passing second. Wang Wei used his divine sense to check the room and saw how the white shadow cat was in the process of destroying the ceiling formation. "We don't have much time," thought Wang Wei with a severe expression. His first instinct was to run away, but he knew he had to do something, otherwise, they wouldn't reach far. So, he thought of reinforcing the array to buy enough time. However, he soon shook his head. Affecting an emperor formation was behind his ability. In his early years, he studied innate formation to better understand the good fortune of heaven and earth, thus improving his creation Tao. However, he was still out of his league for things like an emperor formation. "The heaven and earth rune mountain," suddenly said Wu Hong, and Wang Wei's eyes lit up. The human array ancestor refined a mountain made of runes as his proving Tao artifact. So, it was the perfect thing for this situation. Wang Wei no longer hesitated and waved his hand to create a towering mountain full of runes and symbols written on them. He immediately sighed after seeing this creation, as it was nothing compared to the original. His mountain was small in comparison, and its essence was nothing compared to the original. But even such a false copy made his complexion pale, and blood dripped from his nose. Wang Wei waved his hand to send the mountain into the room where the white shadow cat was located, ordering it to reinforce the seal formation. "Let's go," said Wang Wei as he created an immense amount of life energy to heal his injury. The two flew toward the transmission array, and as expected, the battle outside had already cracked the formation. However, Wang Wei created the Heaven and Earth Rune Mountain to help fix it. He would love to use another method or creation to teleport him away from this situation. Sadly, his power was far from enough. Only by using this Emperor Tier transmission array and maybe even improving upon it would he have a chance to bypass the void blockage created by the innate demon gods. Without wasting any time, Wang Wei began to operate the mountain. He was now only focused on finding a way out of this place and sending his wife away. A few seconds into repairing the formation, he suddenly stopped and muttered, "Something is wrong." He looked deeply at the formation, trying to discover what was wrong. However, his emotions were fluctuating so intently that even the two jades could not help. "The formation," pointed out Wu Hong. "It should not be this fragile. And based on how it was destroyed, it's too abnormal, like it was man-made." "We have a traitor," said Wang Wei as he squinted his eyes. He realized someone was working on the inside for this attack to succeed. "I should have immediately thought of that." Wang Wei shook his head and knew this was not the time to be thinking about that. Now that he knew of the traitor, the situation had become even more dangerous and unpredictable. Who betrayed me? And why would they do it? As soon as he asked himself this question, a figure appeared in Wang Wei's mind, but he quickly denied it. It was impossible to be him. "Watch out, yelled a beautiful voice, and Wang Wei instinctively moved his body out of the way. A brilliant purple slash appeared in the location he was at. Wang Wei looked in the direction of the slash, ignoring his missing right arm. His body trembled as he felt like crying tears of blood. "Why?" he asked with a hoarse voice, looking at the handsome man with a purple robe, hair in an unkempt and wild manner, holding a pure white sword. "You should be able to guess why," answered the purple figure, looking at Wu Hong with tender affection hidden deep in his eyes. "You have pushed me so far," said the purple robe figure, his voice containing a deep melancholy. However, he soon controlled himself, returning to his state of indifference. They met while fighting for a rare herb, but before deciding on the final winner, a bunch of other participants ambushed them. So, they teamed up together to survive the ordeal. And through this life-and-death experience, they became closer. And on a whim, they decided to become sworn brothers, making an oath that even though they were not born at the same time, they would die at the same time. Since then, their bonds have drastically increased, lasting for millions of years. They even made an oath to let the heaven will battle affect their brotherhood. I think you should take a look at this novel. See, Omicronim, I guess I should have expected this outcome, said Wang Wei, thinking about some of the strange behaviors of his brother, most of which appeared after he created Hongya. You should have. Fine, let's finally determine the winner of our battle, said Wang Wei, who had already created a new arm for himself. His body grew to a giant size, and the purple robe followed him. Their battle was intense, but it only lasted less than 30 minutes. Wang Wei stood above the corpse of his big brother, looking as the last light in his eyes faded away. The latter looked at him apologetically before taking one last look at Wu Hong. Then he smiled before dying. Wang Wei could no longer control his tears. He knew his big brother's battle prowess was above him. The only reason he won was the contradiction in the latter's heart. Wang Wei looked at the blood in his hand as tears dripped down on the ground. His mind was almost in shambles. You had no choice, said a melodious voice. However, Wang Wei, who usually appreciated that voice for its beauty, cared more about its content on this occasion. Such 4 simple words brought hope to an almost collapsing mind. Don't blame yourself, continued Wu Hong. You only did what was necessary for our family to survive. Wang Wei took a deep breath to control his trembling body. He knew this was not the time to be weak-minded. So, he prepared to deal with the Di realm inside his body by discarding the infected parts and recreating them. What a touching scene, said a cold and sinister voice. Wang Wei's face immediately paled as he glanced at the entrance of the room. He saw a large black cat with white irises looking at him with a playful smug on its face. However, under this facade were eyes full of killing intent. A killing intent so intense that it raised the room's temperature and prevented Wang Wei and Wu Hong from moving. Little ant, you almost made me fail my first mission, said the white shadow cat. The worst part is I had to use so many resources and connections to make up for my failure. Wang Wei's face was red as he was trying to move under the killing intent of this damn innate demon. However, even his mind was functioning at an extremely slow speed, so it was difficult to move his body, let alone control his energy or Dao. Well, as much as I would like to watch you squirm, I know not to play with my food. The large cat raised his paw to manifest a colossal paw made of shadow. Then, without hesitation, he dropped it on Wang Wei. Boom! A brilliant light manifested before the two, turning into a protective shield. The cat showed slight surprise before looking at Wu Hong. Worthy of the only perfect creature between heaven and earth, commented the creature who saw how Wu Hong sacrificed her soul, body, and even perfect essence to generate that shield. I heard rumors and theories that perfection was a taboo under the control of Grand Dao itself. Now, after seeing its power, I guess it's true, thought the white shadow cat, his killing intent even more intense. Then he attacked for the second time. And this time, he summoned his innate bloodline artifact, which manifested in the form of a bell around his neck, boosting his power. Boom! His attack only destroyed the white shield. However, Wang Wei could not move, and he watched helplessly as Wu Hong's body dropped to the floor. "Nu!" he roared as he rushed toward her, He held her body and could feel all her vitality was gone. He immediately used all his abilities to save her, creating all kinds of artifacts, energy, and even other daos to save her life. Alas, it was futile. "I'm sorry, I could not protect you," said Wu Hong, her mouth full of blood. She slowly raised her hand to caress his face before her hand dropped listlessly to the ground. "No, no, no, no," said Wang Wei as he tried to revive her to no avail. He looked at the sky and roared, his voice containing so much grief and despair that even the white shadow cat took a small step backward as it was overwhelmed. "Hum," muttered the cat, who was greatly angered at this ant that made him scared for a moment. He raised his head to look in a direction, and his face became grave. That aura, the heaven-opening emperor? Did this situation alarm him? The cat knew it was no match for the first and oldest supreme leader of humans in this plane. So, he hurriedly finished the job he started. Triggered memory. No, I'm too late. Wang Wei heard these words as his body, soul, and Tao were instantly annihilated. However, a soothing power seemed to have preserved the last remnant of his existence, buying him a little more time. However, he did not know whether this was a good thing or not. After what he experienced today, every second of living was the worst torment imaginable. The world broke apart, and Wang Wei opened his eyes. Where am I? What was I doing? He looked at the cultivation room before checking his body and hands. He had a terrifying sense of déjà vu. However, before he could better analyze the situation, he received a notification that someone was outside. "My hunger," he muttered with a loving smile. His eyes brightened as he remembered she would soon be truly perfect. He walked out of the room at a brisk pace. "Hunger, what has gotten you so excited?" "Husband, your plan worked," said Wu Hong, full of excitement. "Plan?" asked Wang Wei. "You mean we caught someone?" "Yes." "Then let's go see who it is." Wang Wei went to see the Fiend Eye Emperor and learned about the White Shadow Cat. Then he repeated the day again, reliving the pain of losing the love of his life. And according to the mechanism of Di Tian's illusion, each time he relived that day, his pain and despair would be increased tenfold. However, something occurred on the third time Wang Wei relived that day. The illusion broke off after watching Wu Hong die instead of after the heaven-opening emperor saved him. A terrifying will emanated from Wang Wei's body and shattered the illusion. Sadly, this was not enough for him to wake up, at least not so soon. As the name of the Ten Tails Emperor scripture implied, her illusions contained an infinite layer. So, even if someone breaks it, they would just find themselves in another layer. And each successive layer is better than the former one as the illusion could evolve and correct itself to ensure no one escaped its clutches. Roelfriend Alfres no Omicron v Epsilon L mass fate would have it. In the fifth life, a reaction between the Black Sea and Wang Wei's soul occurred. The aura of samsara contained in the sea awakened some memories deep in Wang Wei's soul. So, Wang Wei saw something his mind was subconsciously trying to hide to protect him. It was eons of memories after the space crack swallowed him back on Earth. In an instant, Wang Wei regained consciousness as all these memories rushed into his mind. He made a swift decision not to immediately absorb these memories. He knew his soul would become sluggish and maybe even slightly injured if he absorbed all of them at once. And since he was in the midst of a battle, this was not a wise choice. However, he did peek at one of the core memories. To be exact, it was the last memory of himself when he was a mass of aggravated soul. The last thing he remembered when in that state was entering a white light. Then, he was a baby being stared at by a bunch of giants. However, Wang Wei finally knew what happened between these two events. He saw his soul forcefully enter samsara. However, he did not undergo the proper procedure to seal his memories, weigh his karma, get a proper identity, then reincarnate into a new life. Instead, he used his strength to skip all the steps, beating anyone in his way as he forcefully entered the passage of reincarnation. In the process, he realized his massive soul could not reincarnate in a normal body, so he forced himself to seal all his strength and memories. No, It seems I preserve my memories from Earth, he analyzed. After living for so long in the void, it was odd his main personality was based on his memories from Earth. So, he deduced it was not a random event but a conscious choice he made, ensuring that personality would be the main one. That's not important, thought Wang Wei. Someone is not adding up. After reviewing his reincarnation process and using his current knowledge and understanding of the world, he found too many anomalies. With the way I barged into the world, Heavenly Tao would have detected me without a proper identity. Better yet, true Heavenly Tao would have interfered, given how I could not properly hide the aura from my Paragon tier soul. So, it should have been alerted of my presence and dealt with me. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Wang Wei knew true Heavenly Tao would not care if a mere paragon entered the Eternal Ascension world. However, with his method of infiltrating through reincarnation and being born in the lower dimension, he would have been identified as an anomaly and a threat to be dealt with. Furthermore, the 7 parasites and 2 sons should have detected my reincarnation because of my soul. Yet, I have a perfect identity that is recognized by the world. How did I survive? How did I not get caught? And who gave me the identity? He pondered deeply, thinking about countless possibilities. He used all his trillion spirit particles to use his thought acceleration ability. Could it be that old man, Hongjun? Wang Wei frowned as he took a moment to check his memories to see if he could find something. Myriad Devourer? Is that what they call me? He saw some memories of people trying to kill him, and that's the name they called him. I am sure someone has been following me and helping me deal with the truly powerful people trying to kill me. With a brief scan, he learned many things. There is a high chance that person is Hongjun. However, the chances of him helping me through reincarnation are not high. Wang Wei saw how after his soul reached probably the Paragon level, no one protected him. After that, he suffered many injuries in battle and often had to run away. And a few times, he came close to death. So, his current theory is that Hongjun stopped helping once he reached a certain level where he could protect himself. So, if it's not Hongjun, who is it? Honestly, Wang Wei wished it was Hongjun. He already owed the latter a great deal of karma, so it's not a problem to owe more. Furthermore, as of now, Hongjun has shown to be an ally instead of an enemy. But now, there appeared to be someone else involved in his life, dictating his fate. And he did not like that, especially since he had no information about who that person was. For someone like him, there is no greater threat than an unknown enemy with little to no information. The only good news is that I know of that person's existence. So, I have a direction to begin my search. Wang Wei exhaled as he placed this new discovery at the top of his priority. Then he focused on this battle. I was careless. I never thought he could counterattack through my soul and succeed. His soul has always been his strongest point. In his early years, he basically ignored it since he never had to cultivate it. Later, after many experiences and warnings from his wife and elders, he learned how to use it better. However, it seemed he never completely dealt with the arrogance he had about having such an innate mighty soul. As a result, he almost suffered. He opened his eyes and saw Di Tian bleeding while half kneeling in the void. The emotions in his eyes kept changing from despair, incomprehensible loneliness, and desire for death. Wang Wei's eyes flashed with the power of time as he saw what happened in the past few seconds. After placing him under the illusion, Di Tian did not immediately attack. Instead, he swallowed a pill, probably with the intent to heal his former injury and return to his peak. The latter knew he could not keep Wang Wei under the illusion for too long, which was evident with how the power of the Black Sea was consumed at an alarming rate. So, he wanted to heal as fast as possible and injure his opponent, leveling the playing field. And his plan worked at first, as his injuries were almost healed with the pill. Unfortunately, when Wang Wei's memories awakened, the illusion backlashed him. On the contrary, he experienced Wang Wei's time in primordial chaos as the Myriad Devourer. After spending eons in the infinite space, with the soul and mind of a mortal, his mind almost broke due to loneliness and despair. If not for Di Tian's long life and numerous reincarnations that tempered his mind, spirit, and will, his soul would have collapsed under these memories. I now understand why his willpower is so terrifying, thought Di Tian as he removed all these memories and their influence on him. Additionally, he used the remaining energy of the pill to ensure his soul was intact and not injured. There was a way. Di Tian was not surprised by the fact Wang Wei was reincarnated. When they first met at the academy, he sensed the power of reincarnation from his soul and concluded he was not a brand new soul and was probably a powerhouse with memories from his past life. Furthermore, the changes he brought to the mortals in the Dao opening sects territory have raised eyebrows for many people. After analyzing the changes, many people speculated Wang Wei had knowledge of another civilization and was recreating it in this world. However, Di Tian did not expect Wang Wei's past life to have such a terrible experience. Such loneliness is not something anyone can bear. Immortal cultivators of Tier 10 and above live a long life. However, they spent much of their time cultivating and comprehending Grand Dao. As a result of their intense focus and deep meditation, they do not feel the passage of time. For them, millions of years can feel in an instant once they finish their cultivation. What they have to worry about in their long lifespan is how difficult it is to understand the Grand Dao source or the frustration that their cultivation speed is too slow. So, even a great emperor and above cultivator might not survive the loneliness Wang Wei experienced, especially since he was a mortal who did not temper his Dao heart or state of mind. Di Tian exhaled deeply as he finished deleting most of these memories. Furthermore, the residual energy from the pill alleviated the previous backlash. He stood up as he looked at his opponent. A deeper sense of respect flashed in his eyes. However, he soon became irritated as he saw the pity in Wang Wei's eyes. "What's with your eyes? Do you think I want or need your pity? I think you've misunderstood something." Di Tian snorted coldly. "You were lucky that the love of your life was strong enough not to be used as a pawn. Otherwise, your fate would be the same as mine." "You're wrong. Even if she were, I would still have passed the trial. And if something had happened to her, Heavenly Dao, and the whole world, would have felt my wrath." Everyone watching this legendary battle felt a chill down their spine. They instinctively thought it would be terrible for this man to become evil. Di Tian was quiet. Dao overlords are scary not only because of their intelligence but because of their lack of weakness. To be exact, they know their weaknesses and can control themselves not to allow anyone to use them. The main point is these people are extremely cruel, both to themselves, their enemy, and the people around them. Acquiring the wrath of any Dao overlord by harming their loved one is the biggest mistake anyone can make between heaven and earth. Throughout the history of the Chaos Universe, so many worlds or heavenly Daos have been trampled on by these Dao overlords. Grand Dao, the almighty ruler of this universe, has bled 6 times since its existence, and 2 of these 6 times were the result of Dao overlords trying to get revenge. "Tell me, if you were me, what would you have done?" asked Di Tian, wondering how Wang Wei would have passed his trial. "You have made too many mistakes I would never have," replied Wang Wei. "You only recognized you were in the trial at the last minute. I would never make such a blunder." Wang Wei sighed, shaking at Di Tian's ignorance. Although he understood that Di Tian now is different from his young self, regardless, the experiences and abilities of the two were too different. "I had a pass from Heavenly Dao. So, why would I still think about that trial?" argued Di Tian, despite knowing he felt to see the hints other people were giving him that his actions of pursuing perfection were taboo. "Let me ask, during that time, did you know of the existence of true Heavenly Dao and Grand Dao?" Di Tian frowned, not understanding the reason for this question. But he still answered, "I did." His status was quite high on the human side, so he had access to many secrets. Plus, because of his pursuit of perfection, he had to learn various things. He could be called a knowledgeable scholar and even a sage. "Then, you should have deduced your fate," said Wang Wei. "The Supreme Outlaw Trial is one of the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, trying to balance and restrict the overuse of the most powerful Daos ever created. It's something that Grand Dao itself has dictated. So, what makes you think the Heavenly Dao of one world in a lower dimension could give you a pass?" Di Tian's face became ugly. Have you figured it out? Continued Wang Wei with a sneer. The battle between acquired and innate life was probably an event that would determine the protagonist of heaven and earth. It was a war that would determine the trend of the world. So, true heavenly Tao did not interfere when our world's heavenly Tao gave you the pass. However, what do you think would have been your fate had you proved the Tao and ascended to the upper dimension? Do you think true heavenly Tao would allow you to control one of the 5 supreme Taoas without proving your worthiness? Di Tian did not answer since he knew the answer. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Simicrum, so, you would have to take the trial one way or the other, continued Wang Wei. Your best outcome is that it would lower the difficulty because of your merit in the war. Di Tian had a somber aura around his body. He had thought about that day for too long. He often dreamt what his life would have been like had he passed the test, had he made different choices, had he been wiser and more decisive, had he saved her. But now, he realized the future he always imagined was nothing but this dream. Actions have consequences, and karma binds and connects everything. The moment he chose to cultivate creation Tao, he was doomed to walk a difficult journey full of perils and uncertainty. And the people connected to him would be affected. Di Tian exhaled to calm down his rampaging emotions. You didn't answer my question. How would you have passed my trial? And don't say anything stupid like abandoning my path of perfection. Wang Wei shook his head after hearing this. Haven't you realized you've become obsessed? What is an obsession, and what is an unwavering pursuit? Asked Di Tian. You pursued becoming free and unfettered, the ultimate freedom. Tell me, would you be willing to give up your goal of becoming free? Of course not. Then, why is your pursuit a goal, desire, or ambition, and mine is an unhealthy obsession? Argued Di Tian. You're willing to do anything to become free, even sacrificing your life. But I'm the same to achieve perfection. Wang Wei looked him in the eyes, because my pursuit is not hurting the people I love. Di Tian clenched his fists, making the void tremble. It took all his efforts to restrain himself and not lash out. How do you think she feels when your pursuit involves rejecting everything else about her except for one thing? Your every word and action are essentially telling her she is flawed, not complete, and as such, not worthy of your love. Shut up, said Di Tian with gritted teeth. What do you know about us? About our love? About what I had to endure so we could one day reunite? Do you know the sacrifices I've made? Do you know what it feels like to live every day with a permanent emptiness in your soul? To live with a deep longing that can never be fulfilled? Di Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled as he controlled his anger. I can see you love her, said Wang Wei calmly. But I can also see your actions are full of selfishness. The killing intent in Di Tian's eyes was uncontrollable, leaking into the surrounding. However, he soon calmed down as his eyes became cold and indifferent. I need some closure, said Di Tian, returning to a state like a calm lake without any ripples. So, tell me, how would you pass my trial? Why should I tell you? Here, replied Di Tian, sending 5 brilliant lights. Wang Wei saw they were Emperor artifacts. Although of the lowest quality, they were still Emperor artifacts. They could still be decomposed for their material. Without any pretense, Wang Wei waved his hand to put them away. If it were me, I would have sealed heavenly Tao and have her absorb it. What will that do? Asked Di Tian, not understanding how that would allow him to pass his trial. Furthermore, heavenly Tao was not so easy to seal or absorb, especially since its power was at an all-time high during the trial. To be exact, I would have stolen its essence, explained Wang Wei. The only true perfect thing in existence is Grand Tao. So, heavenly Tao, as an extension, will also contain some of its perfect essence. Once she has the essence, Grand Tao would grant her permission to exist and maybe even pursue immortal perfection. Di Tian became dazed after hearing this. So, there was a way, he muttered. Clash of Tao. Di Tian was briefly distracted. He had spent so many years thinking about that day, wondering whether there was a solution to his situation. And he often concluded that there was not, but now he knew he was wrong. With Wang Wei's method, his wife would have been accepted by Heavenly Tao, True Heavenly Tao, and Grand Tao, thus having no problem walking on the path of perfection. And without touching the taboo, his path would have continued, at least, until he ascended to the upper dimension. He could have passed the trial and proven the Tao. With his creation Tao, he could have created countless geniuses, resources, and rare artifacts for the human race, preventing the war from reaching the point that most of history and civilization was lost. If he had succeeded, he could have saved his children who died, watched the others grow up, and, more importantly, had more of them. In a moment, Di Tian experienced another life, a life where everything went better for him. For a brief moment, he wished he could live forever under this illusion he created. But he knew this was not possible. So, he could only sigh and forcibly control his mind. However, no one noticed the slight tear in the corner of his eyes, not even Wang Wei. After he told Di Tian his method, he sensed something had changed. So, he looked around without finding anything. As such, he mobilized his power of fate to find the answer he wanted. He soon discovered that Heavenly Tao had changed because of his words. The latter recorded how he would pass the trial and prepare countermeasures in case someone like Di Tian is in the future. So, if some fool tried to use this method to pursue the path of perfection, they might suffer terribly, Wang Wei secretly sneered. Although he was in a good relationship with Heavenly Tao because of his status as an era son, he still disdained the thing for scheming against him for most of his cultivation journey. His pettiness when it comes to Heavenly Tao reached an unimaginable level. However, this was not the main reason he so easily and publicly revealed such information. He knew what kind of thing Heavenly Tao was: cold and calculating. Although he was the era son, if he lost the battle, it would not hesitate to abandon him and negotiate with Di Tian to become the new leader of the upcoming era. Normally, Di Tian would not care about such a thing. But Heavenly Tao still has his wife's imprint. With his strength after proving the Tao, he could forcefully take it, but there is still the chance something might happen to the imprint / as such, he would not mind taking less risks when acquiring it. Furthermore, after their last conversation, Di Tian's desire to acquire a massive amount of merit is probably one of his first priorities. After all, this method was one of the few viable ways he could revive his wife. Now, Wang Wei gave him a simple and more direct way: take Heavenly Tao's essence, and his wife can retain her mortal perfection. And if he takes enough, he can probably continue walking the immortal perfection path. With Di Tian's mindset and cruelty, why would he take the long and arduous path of leading the new era when he could take Heavenly Tao's essence? Knowing this, I have removed Heavenly Tao's ability to abandon me as the era son and chose him, thought Wang Wei. With that tile, although it cannot affect my chances of winning this battle, it can increase the chances of me surviving. And as long as he survives, Wang Wei has many ways to try to prove the Tao. As for the consequences of Di Tian forcefully taking Heavenly Tao's essence, he already had a few plans on how to make up for it. Furthermore, such an act would not be as easy as stated. So, while Di Tian focused on doing that, the latter won't have time to pay attention to Wang Wei while he tried alternative methods of proving the Tao. Afterward, he might even receive merit for stopping Di Tian and saving the world. Wang Wei exhaled slightly, looking at Di Tian. His eyes were calm, not showing the slightest hint he had just schemed against the latter and taken away a great opportunity for him. The latter had also calmed down from his existential crisis, looking at his opponent with a calm mindset. They released their aura, clashing together to build momentum. The entire cosmic battlefield trembled under the pressure, but none of them cared. They stared intently at each other for a few seconds before Di Tian was the first to attack Frowny Face 9 Samsara Fist. Third fist, interchangeable of life and death. With this one punch, everywhere where the concept of life began to forcefully change into the concept of death. So, it concludes the few matter and energy scattered in the battlefield, the very space-time of this battlefield, and Wang Wei himself. With this one attack, everything in Di Tian's path began to walk toward death. I think you should take a look at Snavel. However, he soon squinted his eyes as he saw his opponent's attack. Wang Wei was using the same attack, only the reverse. So, while he transitioned everything from life to death, Wang Wei changed things from death to life. The ironic part is his opponent's transition was faster than his, thus rapidly nullifying his attack. Damn this bastard, thought Di Tian, his eyes twitching slightly. However, he soon calmed down and returned to his peak level of concentration. Since his time, one of the tactics taught by Heaven Chosen to mess up with their opponent's mind was to copy their attacks and use them even better than them. It's a way to demoralize the opponent and destroy their mindset. After calming down and learning of the opponent's tactic, Di Tian could better assess the situation. First Fist. Last Breath. He used the First Fist in his scripture, a concentrated attack that focused on destroying all matter or atoms in his opponent's body. His application of Death Dao for this fist even touched the domain of Destruction Dao. As expected, Wang Wei used his Life and Death Dao to replicate that punch and easily countered it, making Di Tian squint his eyes as he figured out something. Without wasting time, Di Tian countered Frowny Face Fifth Fist, Soul Transformation. With this technique, Wang Wei felt the power of samsara working on his soul, forcefully transforming his identity from human to animal because of his low karma. And if that technique succeeded, his soul would drastically be weakened in the process and become incompatible with his body. He would then lose his mighty fleshly body and control of his laws because of the new and weak soul. Afterward, it would be extremely easy for Di Tian to butcher him. So, he easily stopped the process with his samsara law while also using the same technique on Di Tian, who also calmly dealt with it. I thought he only recreated the techniques I revealed during our battle. But now, I guess he found a way to learn my entire scripture and recreated them. For a moment, he thought there was a traitor in his sleepers who revealed the information about his scripture. However, he soon gave up this idea since there were many other ways to acquire the information. Let's see how much information he has, thought Di Tian before proceeding to use the same sixth fist of his samsara scripture. However, he used the new and improved version after acquiring the Ten Supremacy Foundation. Soul Summoning. Immediately, Wang Wei found himself in some danger. This attack once again bypassed the defense of his Sea of Consciousness and directly affected his soul. He saw 6 doors open inside his Sea of Consciousness, and each door was labeled with the words Ghost, Asura, Animal, Human, Heaven, and Hell. Wang Wei recognized these paths as the common ways used by reincarnation to determine how a person reincarnated. The Ghost path is for ghosts or spiritual life forms. Cultivators who died while in their primordial spirit for a certain amount of time will enter this path after reincarnating. The Asura path is for people with too many grievances and hatred during their death, for creatures born with the ability to absorb negative karma, or creatures born with a negative concept as their core, like the Asura race, which was born for slaughter. The animal path is for animals and the normal demon race, the human path is for normal humans and humanoid creatures, and the heaven path is for people who live a good life without sins, powerful cultivators with no negative karma, and innate life forms. Finally, hell is the path where people with terrible karma go after they die. The hell path is not referring to the place where souls are tortured for their sins. No, that's a different thing. After suffering in hell, these sinful souls will reincarnate in the hell path, where they would be born with terrible luck, making their life extremely difficult, even if they began cultivation. Clash of Dao 2. Unedited chapter. The 6 paths of reincarnation began to summon Wang Wei's soul from different directions. The suction they released was so intense that he felt his primordial spirit was about to tear apart. Furthermore, he could tell that if he entered any of these doors, his soul would be forcefully changed, just like the previous technique. So, it's an updated and better version of the previous technique, thought Wang Wei, who had conclusive evidence that Di Tian updated his 9 samsara fist. Wang Wei's primordial spirit resisted the summon or suction of these doors. It mobilized the power of samsara and closed all the doors. Then, the primordial spirit left the fleshly body, floating above Di Tian, gazing at him. An intense purple aura emanated from Wang Wei's soul, making Di Tian's heart skip a beat. He wanted to move and react. However, Wang Wei's purple aura contained a sacred nobility that froze the surrounding space-time continuum, rendering his body immobile. Di Tian even felt his mind was working slower than usual. Wang Wei's primordial spirit waved his hand, and chains dragged Di Tian's primordial spirit out of his body. Then, like he was patting an annoying flying, he destroyed this innate emperor soul. Roalpha and Alphares Nuomicron V Epsilon Elm cracks appeared on Di Tian's primordial spirit, but it was not annihilated as expected. Ain spirit world? Thought Wang Wei as he discovered Di Tian had an entire world made of soul and yin energy. When he attacked, he directed most of it to that world. This was not the first time someone had used this tactic against him. So, he knew he needed to destroy that world as quickly as possible. With a snap of his finger, he eradicated the remaining half of the soul population that his first attack did not destroy. Then, he proceeded to finish his task. Alas, Di Tian only needed some time to react. So, when the primordial spirit attacked him a second time, the Black Sea of Forgotten Memories and an Emperor artifact made from Soul Grand Dao Source appeared to protect him. A secondine spirit world? Thought Wang Wei as his second attack did little to no damage. Then, he watched Di Tian's primordial spirit become a wraith full of anger, hatred, and grievances. It no longer resembled a pale phantom but a black creature with shadow-like smoke emanating from its body. It was now the combination of trillions of souls who died full of resentment after suffering incomprehensible pain during their lifetime. The wrathful spirit roared, shaking heaven and earth. It rushed toward Wang Wei with red eyes. A suicide attack? Thought Wang Wei, but he did not react. His primordial spirit is one the noblest things in existence, full of yang energy that made it impervious to misfortune, calamity, and evil. So, Di Tian's primordial spirit did not reach 20 meters near it before slowing down and slowly melting. Boom! A black smoke surrounded Wang Wei's soul, shrouding the place he floated in the void. A few seconds later, the cloud dispersed, and Wang Wei's intact primordial spirit appeared. He looked at Di Tian's body. Trying to corrupt my soul? No, it was a distraction. His eyes could see a new primordial spirit was rapidly being formed in that body. The primordial spirit is one of the weaknesses of all cultivators, so protecting them is always their priority during battle. And once destroyed, death is the only result. However, for people on Di Tian's level, such a thing is not absolute. Most Heaven Chosens have a way to instantly heal their primordial spirit in the midst of battles, maybe at a certain price. However, Di Tian completely abandons his soul after being injured by Wang Wei's true spirit. Then he used his own soul imprint and the reserve energy from the Yin spirit world to regrow it from scratch. And this time, he used all the means he knew to protect his soul and sea of consciousness. I knew his soul was terrifying, but I did not expect it to reach such a level, analyzed Di Tian. Only the people who faced the soul directly can know the horror of such power. It was like facing a god that can easily decide the life and death of all living beings. As a cultivator, Di Tian never had any awe or respect for any godlike mortals. In his life, he has killed many creatures who can be considered gods, amongst which a few even called them that. In the eyes of mortals, powerful cultivators are walking gods. I think you should take a look at Snavel. The closest thing he came to facing a god was when he faced Heavenly Tao. However, as he grew more powerful and understood it better, Di Tian lost the awe it had. And with his current strength, he can almost sit on equal ground with Heavenly Tao. However, today, he felt what mortals would describe as facing God. Swish! Wang Wei's primordial spirit returned to his body, making him feel complete. He raised his hand to summon a projection of the river of time. Time acceleration. Immediately, Di Tian's body began to age, rapidly turning into an elderly with few remaining lifespan. His face changed. Essence manipulation? He thought with an ugly expression, remembering some events from his first life. Great emperors are immortal with infinite lifespans. They do not age, become sick, become feeble with the passing of time, or worry about lifespan. With such abilities, what will happen to a Time Grandao source user? Can they age an emperor forward to their death? The logical answer is they cannot and can only age them backward and weaken them. However, most great emperors spend yuan epochs cultivating, so aging them backward is an arduous task. 1 yuan epoch, 269 trillion years. With such limitations, Time Dao, as one of the outlaw Dao, has become weak to the point of almost becoming useless. But that is far from the truth. It is one of the outlaw Daos for a reason. Great emperors can be aged into death or even easily age backward to the point of returning to their mortal state. The reason is Time Dao can affect their existence to a certain extent. Although only eternal emperors cultivate their existence, all living beings have or are affected by their existence. Cultivating is a process of improving the existence and adding stuff with it. The first thing usually added to a mortal's existence is usually energy, slowly turning them into energy life form. Then the next thing added is concept, turning into conceptual life forms. Finally, after proving the Tao, they added immortal and eternal essence to their existence, turning into creatures that transcend time and death. Meanwhile, Eternals added more stuff, are aware of their existence, and can actively cultivate it, unlike other creatures' passive improvement. Another example would be creatures like Heavenly Tao, which have perfection essence in their existence. As such, Time Dao cultivators can directly affect the immortal essence of Tier 10 cultivators and allow time to affect them like they were mortals. Not everyone can affect the immortal essence of Tier 10 cultivators. However, Time Dao is an outlaw, so people who can control it are usually extremely talented geniuses who have proved their worthiness. So, people who used resonance to control Time Grand Dao source or people who used foreign aids like artifacts might not be able to achieve such a feat as Di Tian experienced the changes in his body. He remembered the lesson on existence and essences. He had to watch a recording of the Time Emperor's battle, an eternal emperor from another world. The latter was a walking catastrophe. Wherever he passed by, these innate demon gods, who were used to their infinite lifespan and believed the appearance of acquired life was why they were reduced to having a limit, rapidly aged into old and decrepit versions of themselves before scattering into sand-sized particles between heaven and earth. The Time Emperor was proof of how terrifying outlaw Daos can be. And from the fact he still remembered the latter, Di Tian guessed he was still alive. These things flashed in his mind in an instant. After achieving 10 supremacy, he could better sense his essences, and knew he could be considered to have peak mortal essence, or half-immortal essence. He used his samsara Dao, allowing his body to undergo a process of reincarnation. So, after his body reached old age, it immediately rejuvenated to his younger self, undergoing a reincarnation and recuperating his lost lifespan. Di Tian controlled himself to ensure he did not reincarnate into a baby or a younger and weaker version of himself. And his caution was the appropriate response since he discovered Wang Wei's reincarnation Dao trying to interfere. After rejuvenating to counter this technique, Di Tian knew it was not over yet, and the process might repeat itself. So, he surrounded himself with a bubble with his understanding of Time Dao derived from his samsara Dao. The time bubble protected and isolated him from the effect of the river of time. Clash of Dao 3. Wang Wei calmly glanced at the bubble. He mobilized his Time Dao, and with one intense look he overwhelmed Di Tian's Time Dao, and the bubble popped. However, the controller of Samsara predicted this possibility. He knew he was no match for the latter regarding understanding and control of Time Dao. So, he fought using his own field of expertise. He imbued his time bubble with one of the core characteristics of Samsara, cycle. After death, people are reincarnated and begin their life anew. Then, they repeat the cycle over and over until eternity or until they can cultivate to the level where they can escape such a cycle. With his tactic, his bubble would reappear every time it dispersed, forming an eternal circle. Wang Wei reacted swiftly after seeing his attack failed. While standing in the void, his surroundings trembled, and a second Wang Wei appeared. In the next half-minute, more than 100 Wang Wei appeared, each with the same intense aura. They surrounded Di Tian, not leaving any room for him to breathe, strategize, or escape. Clones? No, this is a time-based technique, rapidly analyzed Di Tian. He summoned versions of himself from a few seconds from the past. Such a technique was scary as it meant that all those hundreds Wang Wei had the same strength as the original. Even though these time clones or remnants might not exist for long, they each can send a powerful third-class attack. So, Di Tian, who was surrounded, knew he was screwed the moment these people appeared. Boom! All the Wang Wei worked together, forming a formation as they attacked. The devastating blow instantly annihilated the entire cosmic battlefield. The space that Heavenly Dao purposely reinforced was like thin paper before the devastating impact of all these Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei and the time clones were unhappy after the attack. They all looked at the future and looked in one direction. After the previous destruction, the team now found themselves in the fire dimension. Di Tian used a technique called instant reincarnation to survive. In an instant he died and reincarnated, developed, and grew to his peak state. This technique was one of his trump cards to survive life and death situations. His control over the river of time is annoying. With his Dao, bringing death to a concept like time is not a problem. However, his opponent summoned the river of time and manipulated it to boost his power. As such, the only way to rival him with his Dao is if he also summoned the path of reincarnation and used it to borrow its power. However, the path of reincarnation is unlike the river of time or the river of fate. It is more private and closed off, making it difficult for people to summon or use its power. Most people do know why things are like this, including Di Tian. The best explanation is that it's one of the fundamental rules that Grand Dao established. However, the truth is one of the 6 cardinals, the overseer of samsara, takes her job very seriously. So, she does not allow cultivators to use or mess with the path of reincarnation as they please. She often criticizes the adjudicator of fate and the judiciary of time for allowing people to have so much control over the river of fate and time. Di Tian did not spend too much time dwelling on the issue regarding the path of reincarnation. As he watched all these Wang Weis rush toward him, he knew he would suffer again if he did not do something. So, his mind worked on overdrive before coming up with a solution. 2 Di Tians appeared before him, releasing a strange aura containing time energy. This is future Buddha self? Thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. No, that one is. The second one should be the past Buddha self. The past, present, and future scroll was a unique scripture composed of 3 emperor scriptures, written by 3 different Buddhist emperors that were brothers. During his supreme outlaw trial, he received the future scroll, and the scripture has been an integral part of his journey to understand and control time Dao. Due to the benefits, he always wanted to acquire the other 2 scriptures and planned to use his connection with Feng Heng. Furthermore, Wang Wei had this deep intuition that this book would become extremely important to him in the future. As such, he was prepared to get his hands on them no matter what. Although he never read these scriptures, he profoundly understood them. So, he realized what Di Tian was using immediately. He also knew that Di Tian was a Buddhist monk in one of his reincarnations that cultivated those 3 scriptures. And from the information the Oracle Mirror revealed, Di Tian only lost his battle in that generation because his soul awakened while fusing these scriptures, resulting in his sea of consciousness plagued by chaotic time energy. After the past and future Buddha self manifested, they turned into brilliant lights before disappearing. Wang Wei immediately noticed the changes in the current situation. The past and future, I can't access them. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kmi mobilized the river of fate and sensed a power resisting his control. Did he sacrifice these Buddha selves to seal the past and future of this battlefield? Wang Wei knew his analysis was correct as his time clones dispersed. Without access to the past, the clones could not stay in the present and dispersed. Do you think it would be that easy to stop me? Thought Wang Wei with a sneer. As soon as he had these thoughts, Di Tian's danger sense activated, and he surrounded himself with a yin-yang shield. Boom! Despite imbuing his shield with the cycle characteristic of samsara, allowing it to regenerate instantly, an overbearing power destroyed it, heading directly for his head and soul. He reacted swiftly by raising his arm in a defensive position and mobilizing his Dao will and willpower to boost his defense to the best of his ability. Di Tian flew a few million miles away before stopping. He looked at his hands, which were still in the state of indestructibility, and they were missing parts, without a single drop of blood spilling. It was like a pencil erased the missing pieces on a drawing. Destruction Dao? Thought Di Tian, confusion written all over his face. He recognized the power that did such terrifying damage to him. However, this was not the cause of his puzzlement. He could not understand where the attack originated from. Simple logic tells him his opponent sent the attack. However, he did not see, detect, or understand how this attack suddenly appeared. Is it time Dao? He could feel that he was still blocking the river of time, so he ruled out an attack from the past or future. Di Tian concentrated intensely, trying to figure out the ins and outs of this technique. However, Wang Wei would not give him enough time to think and plan. Di Tian immediately felt another sense of danger and reacted faster than the first attack. With one step, he traversed from the fire dimension to earth dimension. Di Tian detected a power that wished to eradicate his very fate, thus eliminating him from heaven and earth. No, worse, it would appear as if he had never existed. The scariest and most powerful aspect of fate, cause and effect, analyzed Di Tian, who summoned a book of life and death that manifested behind him. He might not be able to control all aspects of his soul, but Di Tian can control his life and death. So, his name in the book of life and death was erased, making fate believe it had succeeded in its attempt to erase him. Then, once the power trying to kill him disappeared, a pen appeared to rewrite Di Tian's name on the book. In an instant, he underwent the process of dying and being non-existent to living and having existed. Sadly, his tactics were not without repercussions. Di Tian saw that 60% of his body had faded as if he was disappearing. And the process did not seem easy to reverse. So soon? Thought Di Tian as he sensed another attack. He quickly calmed down and concentrated. He pushed his spirit, concentration, and senses to their limit. Furthermore, a small golden tree appeared in Di Tian's sea of consciousness, releasing a holy and noble light that nourished his soul. His observation, understanding, and analysis capabilities instantly reached a new height. Boom! Di Tian's body exploded into oblivion. However, he was extremely calm throughout the entire ideal. Death substitution. Death substitution talisman is a rare resource used by some emperor lineages to prevent their heaven-chosen from dying prematurely. Di Tian's technique is based on that talisman, so he revived himself less than a second afterward with only a slightly pale complexion. I understand, he muttered. He finally discovered how Wang Wei's technique operated with the help of the Bodhi tree. Clash of Dao 4. Before his death, Di Tian became enlightened by the nature of the world. There is a Buddhist saying that there is a world with every grain of salt. Ancient sages preached how our every action has an effect on heaven and earth, some of which we cannot perceive or fathom. Before his annihilation, Di Tian saw many things. He saw a river of unfathomable scale. And even with his current power, he cannot describe its infinite size and wonder. From that river flows countless branches, like a tree with countless roots. The river of time, thought Di Tian as he recognized the thing, especially since his current opponent used it against him. The countless branches should be different worlds or dimensions derived from the river's main branch. However, what does it have to do with Wang Wei's technique? As soon as he had these thoughts, he was shocked as he saw a second main river. According to his understanding of the world, this should have been impossible. There should only be one primary river of time. However, he saw a second one. No, with the passage of time, he saw countless more primary rivers connected by a thin barrier between each of them. And each main river also had infinitely more branches. Infinite trichiliocosm. This name popped in D. Tian's name, followed by the other names. Parallel dimensions, parallel timelines, myriad origin realm, etc. All our actions can cause entire new timelines, entire new universes diverse from one of our many chances, he understood. Does that mean there are timelines where I made the right choice? Where I succeeded in the trial? Where I fulfilled my dreams of walking the path of perfection? All these thoughts flashed in D. Tian's mind, making him excited. A new door of infinite possibility opened up for him. He now saw more hope in reviving his wife. Boom. Everything went black and he died. After reviving himself, he swiftly calmed down before looking at Wang Wei. He understood the latter's technique. Wang Wei assessed a version of himself from a parallel universe and attacked him directly from that dimension. And since the attack originated from another time and space, he could not see or detect it. Something is not adding up, analyzed D. Tian. From my enlightenment, it seems that emperors cannot travel through the infinite trichiliocosm, so how did he access it? Even with his mastery of time Dao, this should not be possible. While analyzing the situation, another attack arrived. However, D. Tian knew what to look for, so he did not have to rely on his intuition or danger sense. He sensed the very subtle space-time fluctuations and tried to react. Sadly, even such an act only bought him a few more microseconds to react. Boom. D. Tian flew away with superficial injuries. I see. He created a contained parallel universe with time Dao and luck Dao. It would be too much to bear for Wang Wei to create an entire parallel universe with so many immortal entities in the myriad emperor world. So, he created a contained universe involving only the current heaven will battle. And in that universe, his parallel self differs from him by a slight margin. For example, he smiled on one occasion when he did not, or he looked left in that universe instead of right. A universe contains infinite probability and variables. So, to create a contained universe, he had to control these variables. Wang Wei used his probability manipulation from his luck Dao to maintain all the variables from the parallel universe. Then, he had his other self attacked from that dimension. His comprehension suddenly increased. And that aura seemed to be Buddhist in nature, thought Wang Wei before attacking again. And this time, it was a two-prong attack as his body in that dimension also attacked. Bang! The earth energy that filled this dimension became chaotic due to the sheer power behind that attack. However, Wang Wei frowned as he gazed at the Emperor artifact in the shape of a shield that blocked him. He did not care that his attack failed. His focus was on the fact that the attack from the parallel universe also failed. And after seeing the phantom floating above D. Tian's head, he understood why. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Comfy present Buddha self, thought Wang Wei. He also sacrificed to seal the present. He sealed the river of time with the three Buddha selves, preventing me from attacking from the past, present, and future. Wang Wei calmly looked at him before making a clenching motion with his hand. The river of time fluctuated for a moment. The earth dimension trembled, creating countless space cracks. The power of time fluctuated from some of these cracks, indicating that people might experience different times of rapid aging if they were not careful and entered one of them. Wang Wei's actions seemed to crack the very fabric of the space-time continuum in this earth dimension. Plup. D. Tian vomited a large mouthful of blood. Wang Wei's action was to explode his parallel universe. As a result, his present Buddha self had to bear the backlash from the attack and the river of time. The damage was so small? Thought Wang Wei as he swiftly figured out why. D. Tian seemed very adept at dealing with chaotic space-time energy. So, after the explosion, he even used them to heal his present Buddha self. Wang Wei did not dwell on the issue for too long as he raised his hand to manifest a marble that resembled the shiniest diamond. To the untrained eyes, this marble is nothing but an ordinary creation. However, these powerful cultivators saw how it was created. Wang Wei folded the entire fire dimension into this bead. Furthermore, he seemed to disdain its short length and kept increasing its size using his space Dao. The marble flew out of Wang Wei's hand, heading directly for his opponent. Dun almost cursed out loud after seeing that small thing approach him. He saw how it was created and the power it contained. The current size of the dimension inside the marble was on par with the myriad emperor world. Although it was only an empty dimension with no life, energy, or even any rules, the sheer weight of the marble because of the size of that dimension was enough to do terrible damage to him. His first instinct was to evade. However, the marble had its own gravitational pull and ability to block the surrounding space. Seventh Fist, all things must reincarnate. Nothing in the universe can resist reincarnation. The myriad emperor world will one day undergo reincarnation and might cease to exist. One might say that a great emperor has transcended life and death and does not need to worry about reincarnation. However, that is far from the truth. Emperors, even paragons, are immortals but not eternal. Death is categorized in a different way for them. Furthermore, reincarnation is not simply defined by the concept of life and death. One of the core of reincarnation is the ups and downs of the world, the changes from high to low, and the repeated cycle. A heaven chosen can be extremely lucky, acquiring numerous fortunate encounters. However, they encounter a calamity that can kill them the next day. Such an act is a manifestation of their bad luck backlash. However, it is also a process of reincarnation, going from the peak of their fortune to the lowest point. If the heaven chosen survives their calamity, it would mean they survive a round of reincarnation, returning their luck to a normal level. Using this core idea of reincarnation, Tion's technique attacked the marble. His objective was to force the dimension inside the marbles to undergo reincarnation, dying before reaching him. Sadly, he miscalculated. Wang Wei predicted his move and absorbed the power of reincarnation he used. Instead, he used it to create a nether world in the fire dimension, making it even more complete. Damn it, cursed Tion, forced to directly confront the marble. He mobilized all the power of his fleshly body and blessed himself with powerful innate creatures from the heaven path. Bang! The shockwave from the confrontation did untold damage to their current location. It was now completely on the verge of collapsing. However, neither of them cared about such an insignificant thing. Tion felt his arm was about to tear apart from the collisions. However, he remained concentrated and executed his plan. He used his attack to create a space pathway inside the marble. Roel Frendialferes nu Omicron v Epsilon Elmso, even with Wang Wei's ability, he could not repair the damage as fast as Tion could inflict. So, he did what he usually does, exploded. Unfortunately for him, Tion predicted this would be his next move. So, he took preventive measures and was relatively intact after the explosion. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Then, a scary smile crept on his handsome face, making Tion's heart skip a beat. Clash of Dao v. Wang Wei calmly raised his hand, and black lightning from divine punishment thunder coated his hand. He punched forward with great momentum. Tion, who was a few miles away from him, prepared for the upcoming attack. However, during the entire process, he sensed something wrong. He did not forget the previous devious smile. Boom! Tion's upper body exploded into a pool of blood, leaving only his legs floating in the void. The process was so sudden that no one, including the viewers, knew what had happened. Everyone, of course, except for the person responsible. So, it was not completely successful, muttered Wang Wei with a displeased frown. Meanwhile, Tion regenerated his body. He looked horrified as he was also baffled by what had happened. Unfortunately, Wang Wei would not explain anything to him. He waved his hand, manifesting an enormous palm that descended upon his opponent. From this palm, Tion detected the power of death. He recognized it was the manifestation of every way someone can die: old age, disease, poison, natural and man-made disaster, bad luck, etc. Tion reacted swiftly as he summoned 3 defensive emperor artifacts from his vast collection. He chose the very best and most powerful artifact he possessed. Then he used a secret technique that allowed him to use these artifacts to the best of his ability. With his 10 Supremacy Foundation, he should have no problem using any artifacts to the greatest extent of their powers. Unfortunately, he was only a mortal emperor, meaning he lacked the immortal essence of a great emperor. If he truly used the full power of even an artifact created by a third-class emperor, the backlash would consume years of his lifespan. He could lose more than 100 million years in an instant, and that's only a conservative number. Knowing this fact, Tion used numbers and secret techniques to make up for this flaw. He activated about 80% of each artifact, and through resonance, he combined their powers and created a shield on par with someone using the full power of an emperor artifact. Alas, his efforts were futile. Wang Wei's attack instantly atomized him. No, the process was even worse. He annihilated every aspect of his existence, including his soul and Tao. Still failed, commented Wang Wei as he raised his head to look at the river of time that had disappeared after Tion sealed it. Then, from the river, Tion appeared with a pale complexion. Is this the power of the 3 scriptures together? Analyzed Wang Wei. He saw that Tion's past Buddha self fished him out from the river of time and revived him. The Tion before him was technically a past version that existed before the palm descended and annihilated him. Wang Wei concentrated his eyes. He once tried to use his future Buddha in similar ways but failed. He had to use other ways to achieve similar results. This guy is really rich, sneered Wang Wei, slightly annoyed. After this stunt, Tion's past Buddha self should have been annihilated because of the backlash from the river of time. However, Tion used a time chaos treasure to withstand most of the backlash and, for some reason, made his future Buddha self suffer the rest of the backlash. While Wang Wei was analyzing the situation, Tion was doing the very same. However, he was not nearly as calm as the latter. The previous defensive maneuver was one of the best in his arsenal, but it was useless before that palm. The attack was similar to when he attacked across a different parallel universe. It completely ignored all my defenses. Tion forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. Otherwise, the fear of the unknown could overwhelm his mind. I've already made preparations against his time Tao. So, this should be an attack based on his other Taos. So, which one should it be? His mind worked on overdrive as he reviewed all the information he knew about Wang Wei. Although he did not know all the latter's laws, he knew a great deal despite the current state of his sleepers. It's either fate or yin-yang Tao. As soon as he concluded such a result, Wang Wei was already on the offensive. A Tai Chi symbol manifested above him, sealing the surrounding space. The yin-yang symbol rotated at an alarming speed, and from that rotation, Tion saw all the changes in the world. The changes in the seasons, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, the ebbs of spiritual energy, the ups and downs of luck of all sentient beings, and finally, the birth and death of all things in existence. After watching these changes, Tion found his understanding of samsara elevated slightly. He thought he had reached the limit of his Tao, but he was wrong. Sadly, this was not the time for enlightenment, as he was in great danger. The attack controlled all his mobility, including the speed his mind operated. If not for the Bodhi tree blessing his sea of consciousness, he would not be enlightened in this battle, nor have the mental capacity to devise a measure to save his life. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kma's death crept on him. Tion did 2 things. Firstly, he activated his skin divine ability and entered a state of absolute immunity. Previously, he wanted to reserve the few minutes he had left as a trump card. However, he was soon running out of methods to revive himself and needed to save his life. Secondly, he also pushed his Bodhi tree to the limit to understand how this technique operated. Bang! The Tai Chi symbol ground everything into dust, and that included the entire Earth dimension. As such, the battle had now reached the metal dimension, a world full of weapons, ores, and metal energy. This place could be considered a holy land for sword cultivators or people who cultivate weapon Tao. However, the 2 participants did not care about such a thing. Di Tian's pale face appeared, standing above a mountain made entirely out of blades. It's a fate-related ability. But that's all I know. His face was not good to look at. The last attack removed most of the time he had left in the immunity state. Currently, he only has less than 30 seconds left. The only choice left for me is to use that trump card. However, if I do it without figuring out his technique, I would reduce the weight of such a trump card. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Wang Wei floating above the heaven and rushed toward him. However, what awaited him was another fistful of unimaginable power. Boom! Di Tian flew into countless mountains, his body breaking past them one after the other like they were thin papers. Finally, he crashed into a mountain composed of meteorites. However, such a dense and solid or was as weak as mud to his fleshly body. Di Tian lay embedded on the mountain, blood dripping from his orifices and with numerous broken bones. However, his eyes shone with a quick brilliance. His attacks were fated to succeed, and nothing I can do can stop it. He had the answer to the puzzle, and it was the correct one. Deep inside Wang Wei's sea of consciousness was a book with the character, Destiny, written on the title. On one of the blank pages, there were 3 sentences. The divine punishment fists annihilated the opponent's body, soul, and Tao, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. The yin-yang grinding disc sealed the opponent's mobility, including his mind. Before grounding him into oblivion, there was nothing he could do to stop it. The fist of destruction atomized the opponent, completely eliminating him from existence and preventing him from reviving by any means possible. Furthermore, he could do nothing to prevent the attack from reaching its target. So, it's really not yet possible to decide a cultivator's fate, especially one of Di Tian's caliber, thought Wang Wei, long expecting this outcome. Of course, this did not prevent him from being slightly disappointed. Regardless, it was because he knew of this truth that he did not call this technique the Book of Fate, and labeled it the Book of Destiny. It doesn't matter. I will consider this technique incomplete, no, a work in progress. One day, no one between heaven and earth can escape its grasp, even Grand Tao. Wang Wei immediately wanted to take this opportunity for a 4th attack. However, he soon noticed a new change in Di Tian. To be precise, something happened to the river of time as Di Tian's past Buddha self began to act. The past Buddha self appeared above Di Tian and waved its hand. Then, he summoned something from the river of time through a karmic link from Di Tian's body. Roelfrendialfres nu omicron v epsilon elm bom. Di Tian's aura suddenly changed. This is, muttered Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Clash of Tao 6. Creation Tao, muttered Wang Wei after sensing Di Tian's aura. Immediately, he knew what the latter did. He used his past Buddha self to summon his past self imprint from the river of time. Then, with his power of samsara, he acquired all the cultivation or comprehension before he died in his first life. Wang Wei could deduce that Di Tian's law altar had changed, manifesting the laws of creation. Normally, his actions would be playing with fire. But now, it's more like a gamble, commented Wang Wei. Normally, Di Tian would never be able to do such a thing since Heavenly Tao would immediately punish him, even going to extreme lengths to annihilate him. However, he did not have to worry about such a thing during the Heavenly battle. After all, no matter the situation, Heavenly Tao cannot easily intervene in the battle. As such, Di Tian can break the rules to an extent. As for the aftermath or the consequences of his actions, if he wins, he will be one of the most powerful eternal emperors the world has ever seen. So he can ignore the threat of Heavenly Tao. On the contrary, it's the latter who has to worry about him. As for true Heavenly Tao's response to the situation, as long as Di Tian does not keep his creation Tao and is only temporary, he might only suffer some backluck for his actions after ascending. Or, true Heavenly Tao might ignore him completely, especially given its current state. In conclusion, Di Tian's actions are a calculated risk. If he loses the battle, he will die and only has to worry about Heavenly Tao's possible revenge in his next life. However, he has been dealing with Heavenly Tao scheming for as long as he was alive, so it did not matter to him. He acquired an innate emperor soul in this life, granting him a few more reincarnation possibilities before his soul reached the limit. So, he has more ways to deal with possible variables during his reincarnation. Tian clenched his fists as he sensed the new power coursing through his veins. This power was so nostalgic and addictive. Things didn't go exactly as planned, but it's better than expected, thought Tian. His plan was to summon his entire body and fuse it with his body, trying to sublimate his 10 Supremacy Foundation to an even higher level. However, he failed and had to accept only summoning the imprint and accessing the Tao from his first life. Tian finally looked at Wang Wei with fighting intent. In the previous battle, he realized his shortcomings. To be exact, he realized a fundamental truth of heaven and earth. Some Daos are more powerful than others. He was so overwhelmed during the confrontation because Wang Wei's Fate Supreme Outlaw Dao outclassed his Reincarnation Dao. The latter's Dao was more potent and had more versatility. More importantly, I realized why people need to pass a trial to wield the Outlaw Daos, thought Tian with hidden unwillingness. Wang Wei's techniques were complex and ingenious. He suffered tremendously because he had to take time to understand these techniques and find countermethods. He knew how much more he would have suffered in this battle if it were not for his Bodhi tree. Meanwhile, my techniques are more rudimentary and less complex. After comparing their applications of Tao, Tian felt a little ashamed. After living for so long, he has long understood that he should not compare to the unreasonable monster-like geniuses like Sword Empress, Empress Wu, and Wang Wei. His ability to compete with these monsters is his long life and deep foundation. So, he calmed down and reined in his mind. Flame of Annihilation. With a wave of his hand, Tian created a purple flame that combined flame and destruction Dao. And as soon as the flame appeared, it melted all the metals and ores in this dimension. After a few seconds of its appearance, the laws of this dimension that favored metal were forcibly changed to favor flame, creation, and destruction Dao. He felt if he could catch it, he would break through his current bottleneck and make up for his imperfection. Sadly, the inspiration was only fleeting, and even with his superior mind, he did not catch it. Calm down, and don't worry, Wang Wei reassured himself. Although he had a feeling this imperfection might be the key to this battle, he knew that worrying and hurrying were counterproductive to success. As the purple flame rushed to him, Wang Wei waved his hand to create the same flame. The Dusk Emperor gave him his scripture, so he knew a great deal about destruction Dao. Annihilation is only a state of complete destruction, but it does not escape the concept of destruction Dao, and it's not some transcended or better version of destruction. Discs of Eradication. I think you should take a look at this novel. Dozens of purple discs manifested before Tian, each releasing a terrifying power. Eradication, thought Wang Wei, who instantly realized the core of the technique. A more focused form of destruction. He immediately realized the purpose of each of these discs. One disc wished to eradicate his body, the other his soul, then his Tao, mind, spirit, memories, intelligence, and even karma. There is a reason the 5 supreme outlaw Daos reign supreme, he calmly commented. Tian used creation Dao to control destruction Dao, and this should not be his limit. In terms of versatility and ability to control all 3,000 Daos and 800 side doors, creation Dao has a tremendous advantage, he analyzed calmly as a yin-yang symbol appeared behind him before entering his body. The universe is a process of yin and yang, and everything must remain balanced, forming a cycle. So, after destruction, there must be creation. Bang! The disc hit Wang Wei's body, but he was intact. Whenever the discs eradicate something, his body naturally uses the opposite concept to ensure balance. Wang Wei has to admit that Yin-Yang Dao was his favorite. He would have chosen it as his main Dao if he had not walked the path of fate. If he were Grand Dao and created the Chaos Universe, he would have made Yin-Yang Dao one of the supreme outlaws. Tian was not surprised his technique was not as successful as he wished. He knew this battle would not be easy, but he was at ease. His creation Dao allowed him to level the playing field to a certain extent. Furthermore, he discovered he could do much more with his creation Tao, and now he had the 10 Supremacy Foundation. Many of his previous restrictions, incapabilities, and limits were gone. His power of creation seemed limitless. Calm down, don't let this power go to your head, he reminded himself. Primordial chaos. With a single thought, Di Tian created a piece of primordial chaos. However, he soon discovered such an act would take too much of a toll on himself. So, he swallowed the metal dimension as material for his creation. Wang Wei found himself in a dark purple environment. Everything around seemed ancient, noble, and infinite. Additionally, a terrifying power was rapidly annihilating and assimilating his body. He protected himself with a shield, even boosting its power with his true will. However, such an act did almost nothing, reducing the speed of his assimilation by a small margin. The fate of primordial chaos is to change from nothingness to existence, filled its infiniteness with finite creation, like worlds, creatures, and life. As Wang Wei uttered these words, the river of fate manifested above the primordial chaos. Then, its strings vibrated, rapidly molding this piece of primordial chaos. A world capable of existing and sustaining life appeared in Di Tian's primordial chaos, and Wang Wei floated inside, perfectly intact. Di Tian squinted his eyes, pondering only for a moment. All worlds, creatures, and life existing in primordial chaos must experience the changes of yin and yang, the process of birth, aging, and destruction. They must experience samsara. As he said these words, Wang Wei's vast world that can exist in primordial chaos suddenly manifested the path of reincarnation. Then, it ages rapidly, reaching the stage where it will die, putting Wang Wei in danger again. Man will conquer nature, said Wang Wei. No life will accept their fate of destruction and will fight to their last breath for survival. As he said these words, the dying world birthed creatures. And those creatures studied heaven and earth, trying to prevent the death or destruction of their world. Their attempts appeared futile, but they served the purpose of their creation or existence, delaying the death of this world and buying enough time for Wang Wei. Clash of Tao, 7. Fight against heaven and earth? Against their fate? Said Di Tian with a sneer. Most people have their life determined the moment they are born, doomed to be nothing but puppets. He did not hesitate to take a page from his opponent's book. With his words, he created something similar to the river of fate, controlling the destiny and fate of all the people Wang Wei created. As a result, 99% of the people who were trying to fight to prevent the death of their world stopped, accepting their upcoming doom. Only the remaining 1%, with determined will, refused to accept such an end. Sadly, such a drastic change accelerated the destruction of the world. Wang Wei watched all of this with calm and indifferent eyes, secretly shaking his head. He knew if he were more powerful, he could have created cultivators, allowing for more people to fight against this upcoming fate. Unfortunately, his current ability can barely allow him to create life, but it cannot create a complete world with spiritual power and laws that allow cultivation. Regardless, watching these people struggling to escape their fate and most of them abandoning such pursuit and leaving only a few to continue greatly benefited his understanding of fate Tao. Plus, he only needed them to buy enough time to save his life, and he succeeded. He waved his hand to manifest the Yin-Yang Tai Chi symbol. The symbol rotated, rapidly evolving into something more complex. Yin-Yang, Taiji, evolving into Wuji, muttered Di Tian, and he was correct. After watching Zhang Yuqing's battle with Monk Wuji, he learned about the benefit of understanding Wuji Dao to his fleshly Buddhist concept of nothingness, so he designated time to evolve his Yin-Yang law into Wuji when needed. So, during this battle, he used Wuji to imbue his body with one of the properties of primordial chaos, infinite. After his body attained that property, he did not care for the destruction of that world. The power of primordial chaos can no longer assimilate him, and Di Tian knew of this. So, he chose a different approach. He took the primordial chaos he created and molded it into something else. A golden river manifested above the sky of the water dimension, releasing an unknown and fierce fluctuation. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he looked at that river. "The River of Freedom," he commented, already deducing Di Tian's plan. He created or copied the River of Fate module to create the River of Freedom, the antithesis of his Fate Dao. "Sadly, you're mistaken." Wang Wei pointed his finger to manifest the River of Fate, which proceeded to release countless strings that entered the Golden River. Plouch! Di Tian vomited a small mouthful of blood as Wang Wei instantly took control of his River of Freedom, inducing a backlash. Then Wang Wei opened his mouth and swallowed that river. Mysterious charms or Dao rhymes emanated from his body as his pseudo or incomplete Dao body became more complete. He once absorbed the River of Fate from the heavenly abode world. Now, with this River of Freedom, his foundation became deeper. Although his strength did not increase by much, his future potential had drastically increased. Di Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while trying to control his anger. Nothing is more outrageous than when your enemy uses your ability to increase their strength. However, he was a wise person to know when to learn from a situation. So, after this experience, he had some ideas. Since Wang Wei can use such a method to perfect his Dao body and foundation, he can follow in his footsteps. After this battle, he will enter one of the branches of samsara and use its power to strengthen his Dao body. Heavenly Dao Tian acted swiftly as he created a third eye on his forehead. Immediately, his temperament changed. He became cold, indifferent, noble, and almighty. His eyes penetrated all secrets, truths, and mysteries between heaven and earth. Di Tian became the embodiment that knowledge is power. Wang Wei immediately became serious. He knew the importance of information or knowledge. Although Heaven Dao appeared to be the most useless and weakest among the 5 supreme outlaw Dao, he knew this was far from the truth. Knowledge is power is not just a saying. If a mortal has all the knowledge in the universe, they could easily plan the death of a paragon. The supreme outlaw Daos stood at the pinnacle of all Daos because it's easier for them to affect all other Daos. Greater chaos is the embodiment of all Daos. Fate can control all Daos. Creation Dao can create all Daos. Destruction can eradicate all Daos. And Heaven Dao allows someone to know about all Daos. I think you should take a look at this novel. For example, if someone practices Heaven Dao and knows everything about a specific person, it is the same as knowing their fate. In some of the novels Wang Wei read on Earth, some protagonists control Fate Dao by using a quantum computer that can calculate all variables in the universe, thus knowing the destiny of everything in existence. So, he knew the horror of Heaven Dao. Wang Wei immediately acted after knowing what Di Tian had done. Order: all information about me will be hidden. Disorder: as a price, I will lose the corresponding spiritual power. As soon as Wang Wei used his order-disorder Dao, Di Tian frowned. His purpose in using Heaven Dao was to know how to defeat his opponent through knowledge. However, things seemed to have failed before even beginning. With his heavenly eye, he saw what the specific order and disorder Wang Wei used to block him. He also saw trying to circumvent the restrictions as useless because his opponent's spiritual power was so vast that it seemed infinite. He seemed to be connected to this source of infinite spiritual power. Although there is a seal to this source, it was only there because Wang Wei did not want to remove it. Di Tian decided to no longer focus on such a thing that served no purpose in helping him win this battle. He looked around, processing all the information and knowledge he knew. In a very short time, he created the next tactic that would help him win this battle. He waved his hand to manifest a very complex formation. Then, a colossal hand descended on Wang Wei from the formation, making his facial expression grave. For the first time since this battle started, he felt death approaching him. So, he did not hesitate to use whatever means available to protect himself. He summoned his Proving Dao artifact and copied Tong Rubing's artifact by turning it into a jewel in his forward that boosted all his abilities. Rho Alpha and Alpha S Nu Omicron V Epsilon L Omicron 5 Elements Shield. Yin Yang can evolve the 5 elements, and his body is perfectly balanced with the 5 elements. So, he used this layer of shield to block this attack. Wuxia's shield, using the characteristic of infinite to swallow the attack. After all, the attack has to pass through infinite before reaching him. However, Wang Wei was not finished. Infinite space. He added another layer of infinity by using his space Dao to create an infinite space between himself and the attack. Wang Wei did not care that he was shameless and copied this technique from his past life. Time acceleration shield. The attack will pass through a time acceleration domain, meaning millions of years will have passed before reaching him. And after so long, most of its strength would have been corroded with the passage of time. Death shield. The attack will die before reaching its destination. Life shield. The attack will change into life energy that heals him as it passes through that layer. Karma shield. He chose someone who is connected to him by karma to bear some of the attacks for him. And without hesitation, Wang Wei chose his ancestor, Sword One. Anyway, he knew she would not mind nor be affected. Luck shield. Whatever needs to happen to ensure this attack is not successful or is weakened as much as possible will happen after passing through that shield. Destiny and Fate shield. This shield is applied to Wang Wei himself. It blessed him with the destiny and fate to survive this encounter. Freedom shield. Another shield that applied blessing to himself. He blessed him to be free from death, injury, and attacks. The final layer of protection he created used his secondary Daos, which includes Soul Shield, Array Shields, Talisman Shield, and pills that strengthen defense, increased regeneration, and a variety of life-saving methods. Boom! The towering hand still landed on Wang Wei despite all his protections. The power it released was devastating, annihilating both the water and wood dimension, leaving Di Tian standing in the Yin dimension. Such power was beyond anything his own power could ever reach, shocking all the watchers of this battle. Everyone already knew this Heaven Will battle would be legendary, but they never thought it would reach such a height. Playing dirty. The dust settled, and Wang Wei appeared at the center of the previous attack. His body was in terrible shape, leaving only his upper torso, blood dripping from all parts of his body. However, he did not care since he survived that terrible attack, even at the cost of severe damage to his soul. The good news is I prevent his Tao will and will manifestation from entering my body. The bad news is there is a terrifying aura that has similar effects left in my soul. Wang Wei already analyzed the essence of such a terrible attack. Di Tian used his knowledge to create a terrible formation that borrowed the strength of heavenly Tao itself. Such a thing should not be easily accomplished, even with the control of Heaven Tao. However, heavenly Tao created the current battlefield. Thus, the environment retained some of its aura. Such a small aura could not even be detected by someone as keen as Wang Wei, let alone Di Tian. However, with Di Tian having knowledge of most secrets of heaven and earth, he knew of its existence. So, he used that remaining aura to leverage heavenly Tao's power. That attack reached beyond the limit of the third-class emperor. It probably reached 10 to 11% Grand Tao source. For a moment he was scared. If he had not acted swiftly and used all his Tao to reduce the power of that attack, he would have been annihilated. Furthermore, he guessed heavenly Tao intervened and reduced the amount of power Di Tian could use. A cracking sound echoed inside Wang Wei's sea of consciousness, making the space tremble slightly. Without hesitation, he opened the seal from his time as the Myriad Devourer. An intense amount of spiritual power appeared in his sea of consciousness. He did not hesitate to use them to remove heavenly Tao's aura before repairing his primordial spirit. Finally, he used the rest of the spiritual power and converted it into life energy to regenerate his missing limbs. Wang Wei then gazed at Di Tian, who was breathing heavily. He was not surprised by his state since using such borrowed power was not easy. It should have placed a heavy burden on his soul and body to control that formation. Wang Wei believed there should have been some backlash for using that formation. However, with Di Tian's knowledge, he should know how to remove or reduce its effect. Creation Tao, it's worthy of its spot as one of the best, thought Wang Wei with a sneer. He mobilized his Dao frowny face order. Only people who have passed their trial can control any outlaw or supreme outlaw Dao. Disorder, none required since I'm only reinforcing the fundamental rules of heaven and earth. As soon as Wang Wei finished, the rules or laws between heaven and earth changed. From now on, no one who did not pass the trial can use any of the Daos. As expected, the person who suffered was Di Tian. His aura changed as he lost access to the power of creation. His heavenly Dao I disappeared, and the creation law in his law altar disappeared. However, this was not the full extent of his suffering. His Samsara Dao was one of the outlaw Dao, but he could only use it because of his status as father of emperors. So, under Wang Wei's order technique, he discovered its power was drastically decreased. For some reason, it was not completely erased, but its current scale was less than 1,000th of its previous power. At this rate, I would die and lose this battle, thought Di Tian, oddly remaining calm despite his current predicament. Is it time to reveal that trump card? He pondered. No, my intuition tells me something unexpected might happen if I use it early. Furthermore, if I do, I should kill him as swiftly as possible. As a powerful cultivator, he knew to trust his instinct since it was a manifestation of his control of his destiny. In that case, I have to use my backup plan. I have a gift for you, suddenly said Di Tian, making Wang Wei frown. He immediately felt something wrong but did not feel any danger. However, nothing good could come out of the upcoming situation. Di Tian waved his hand to manifest a strange and complicated rune. Swish. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kma bright light flashed before him, summoning something. Immediately, Wang Wei released a terrible killing intent that made even the Yin dimension 100 times colder. You don't want to do this. But I do, replied the Samsara Lord with a sneer. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's eyes became colder by the second. Release him, and you don't have to suffer my wrath. Oh, I'm so scared, replied Di Tian, refusing to admire his heart skipped a beat. Then, he calmly looked at the captured Li Jun. I'm sure you're wondering how I got to him. When he went to get the war talisman, replied Wang Wei, not giving him the satisfaction of showing off. He figured out many things and placed many pieces together in such a short time. He once found the behavior of some of his ancestors strange. He asked, but everyone denied it and said some other stuff occupied them. Wang Wei did not pay much attention to them. After all, these people have lived a long life and have many secrets. So, heaven knows why they behaved the way they did. But now, he knew why. They knew of the things Di Tian left on Li Jun's body but did not tell him. They probably argued about whether they should do so and intervened. However, given the precedents Qiyuan and Sword Empress left behind to cultivate genius in the most cruel way possible, he was not surprised they remained quiet. Furthermore, if they told him, Heavenly Dao would consider their actions as interfering in the heaven will battle, leading to severe consequences. Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm down, trying to assess the situation and find a way out. Yes, I should know someone like you could deduce the truth even with limited information, said Di Tian calmly. However, I should warn you not to make any movements that I can interpret as suspicious. We don't want anything to happen, don't we? Wang Wei gazed at him. So far, our battle has only been a battle of Dao, for the sole chance at transcending time and death. If you do this, everything now will be personal. As I previously said, things become personal the moment you destroy my sleepers, replied Di Tian with a cold face. They were the only true family I had left. They were a symbol of my past, a representation of all my suffering through countless reincarnations. But you killed 95% of them. So, this battle has long been personal. I have met your wife, uttered Wang Wei. She made a deal with me to spare your life if I was the final winner of this battle. And since I owe her karma, I intend to keep my word. But if you do this, there is no turning back. Your arrogance disgusts me, said Di Tian. Do I need you to let me survive? Wang Wei released his clenched fists. Anyone who knows him can understand the calmer he is, the angrier he is, and the scarier he becomes. According to his previous plan, even if he wins this battle, he would not annihilate Di Tian's soul and allow him to continue to reincarnate. He could probably survive another 9 rounds of samsara with his new and improved soul quality. Furthermore, depending on how much help his perfect foundation grants him, he even plans to help his wife repay the karma of giving him and Wu Hong her understanding of perfection. However, now, his mind was only full of anger, brutality, and savagery. He did not like this side of him since it's easier to get out of control. But now, he could not care about such a thing. "What exactly do you want?" he asked, his aura and temperament even calmer than before. His subtle change made Di Tian frown as he felt a terrible volcano, slowly dormant and prepared to explode with a catastrophic result. However, it was too late to return, and he did not wish to. He will win this battle, no matter what he has to do or how far he has to go. "Great question," he said. "You have 2 choices. Choice 1, forfeit this battle and I will release him. Choice 2, abandon your long brotherhood and watch him die. Show him that your pursuit of Tao means more to him than your so-called bond. Now make your choice." (875) Unhinged Wang Wei further opened the seal of his memories and spiritual power from his second life as the Myriad Devourer. After accessing this massive source of spiritual power, he mobilized his soul Tao to cast a terrifying illusion. Di Tian immediately tried to resist. However, his samsara Tao was still in a weakened state because of the previous order-disorder technique. Furthermore, he discovered even by changing his previous 3 Emperor artifacts to ones designed explicitly with soul or protection Grand Tao source, he could not stop the illusion. Then his nightmare began. "Where am I?" asked Di Tian, looking around. He saw he was in a brightly lit room, and his arms were chained. He tried to break them, mobilizing his overwhelming power to break free. Alas, he discovered the ability of these chains was beyond his capabilities. "Oh, you're awake," suddenly said a voice that drew Di Tian's attention. He saw a handsome young man with silver-gray hair and eyes enter this dungeon-like room. "Wang Wei, why are you here? What have you done to me?" he asked coldly. His memories were foggy, but he suddenly remembered he was in a terrible battle with the person before him, and he seemed to have lost. "None of that matters," said Wang Wei, his eyes colder than anything Di Tian has seen in his life. Suddenly he had a terrible omen. "I have a surprise for you," said Wang Wei before clapping his hand. Then, Di Tian's eyes almost popped. He saw his wife, Xiao Ning, in all perfection and glory, slowly walking into the room before standing behind Wang Wei like an obedient puppy. She looked at him with a blushing face and sparkling eyes. "Ning, what are you doing here? Why are you looking at him like this?" However, she paid him no mind and only looked at the ground shyly. Di Tian could sense some sort of anticipation from her. "What? I hope you enjoy the show," said Wang Wei with a sneer. Then he waved his hand to create a barrier that seemed to isolate sound. Finally, he turned to Xiao Ning and slowly undressed. While she was shy, he was far from it. On the contrary, he seemed adept at removing her clothes. Without hesitation or pause, Wang Wei removed his clothes before placing Xiao Ning on the floor. Soon afterward, a pleasant sound echoed in the room, followed by the Tao rhyme of Yin Yang. "Nu!" screamed Di Tian, the sounds of chains rattling reverberating in this dungeon. Sadly, his voice could not penetrate the barrier, but he could hear everything on the other side. For the next few hours, his screams became embedded in the very foundation of the room. Unfortunately, nothing he did would stop what he was forced to watch. Di Tian tried to close his eyes and closed off his other senses. However, her moaning voice penetrated deep into his soul. Somehow, the voice without any visuals made the experience even worse. Di Tian felt his sanity rapidly slipping into an endless abyss with each passing second. His mind fractured and was on the verge of collapse. The only thing keeping him sane or even alive was his hatred and the constant reminder that this was not real. However, the truth was before him, and no matter what he did, he could not break out of this illusion. Wang Wei put his clothes back on, How do you like my show? I will kill you, roared Di Tian, trying to catch Wang Wei by the throat. His hands were only a few centimeters from his target, but the chains did not provide him with any more mobility. Wang Wei calmly watched him, not even batting an eye when he was this close. Instead, he sneered, "This is just the beginning." He walked away, and with a snap of his finger, the sleeping Qiao Ning floated in the air to follow him. The next day, Wang Wei appeared in the dungeon and put on another show for Di Tian. "I swear, she is sweeter than yesterday," said Wang Wei, creepily licking his lips as he put on his clothes. "Is this the characteristics of a perfect creature? She gets firmer instead of looser? Di, no wonder you were so infatuated." "Arf." Di Tian released a bestial growl as his eyes turned to bloodshed. His palms were bleeding as he dug his nails into them. However, his physical pain was nothing compared to the psychological one. "There is no need to get wound up," said Wang Wei with a smirk. "Today is only the second day. We have plenty of time. Don't worry. I promise to make things memorable for you." Wang Wei walked away, ignoring the growling and the clinking sounds of the chains. The next day he returned and performed the same show. "I think you should take a look at Snavel." "Come, I was right. This little goblin is getting better. I didn't think I would one day have to worry whether my kidneys could keep up," said Wang Wei with a lewd smile. "Why?" asked Di Tian, his voice full of hatred, anger, sadness, and unwillingness. He had a defeatist aura or atmosphere around him. "Why are you doing this?" Wang Wei looked at him with his cold eyes. "You might not remember our battle, but during it, you took away something I love dear. So, as punishment, I will torture you until the end of time. I will slowly break your spirit, repair it, and continue the cycle. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I have plenty more in store for you." Wang Wei walked away. On the fourth day after finishing his show, he saw Di Tian's hair had turned all white, and his spirit reached the lowest level. However, he only glanced at him before continuing the cycle. After a month, Di Tian knelt on the ground, begging to stop. He offered countless conditions, even his eternal servitude. All he wanted was for you to stop and give him back his Ning. However, Wang Wei only looked at him with cold gazes. This was just the beginning. After 3 months, Di Tian begged again. However, he was begging for his life this time. He asked Wang Wei to release him from suffering by killing him and showing him mercy. He had tried to end his life, but the restrictions on the chains prevented him from succeeding. So, all he wanted was relief. "You don't deserve my mercy since you brought this upon yourself." Di Tian suddenly felt an intense hatred, not toward Wang Wei, but toward himself. He did not know what he did to bring on such a vile form of torture, but he hated his former self for pushing things to such an extent. For a brief moment, he felt he might have deserved such a harsh punishment for whatever it was he did. After 6 months of this constant torture, Di Tian's spirit could no longer take it and was on the verge of collapsing. However, Wang Wei released a large quantity of spiritual power to keep his last sanity intact. "Like I said, this was just the beginning," said Wang Wei with a sneer. The next day, something changed. A third person appeared with Wang Wei and Xiao Ning. "Big brother Xiaofeng," said Di Tian, looking at the purple-robed youth before him. He seemed to have thought about what was going to happen, and he yelled, "No, no, no, you can't do this." "But I can and I will," said Wang Wei, sneering. "I have gone to extreme lengths to revive him. Now enjoy the show." Roelfa and Elphas Omicron v Epsilon for the next 6 months, Di Tian watched the women he loved being defiled by his former big brother, who betrayed him. The mental torment broke his psyche on the second day Xiaofeng had his turn, but Wang Wei always preserved his last burst of sanity. So, after a year, not a single voice could be heard from Di Tian's mouth. He watched and experienced everything with a listless appearance. "Defeated so quickly?" said Wang Wei as he scrutinized him. "This can't be good. I still have some other things planned." "Well, no matter, the next show should simulate you." He clapped his hands, and 5 people walked into the room. They were dressed in rags, dirt all over their coarse clothes, and an almost tangible stench emanated from their bodies. "All of you are the lowest of society. However, today, you will experience something that even the most powerful cultivators never had the chance to touch: a perfect creature. Now, have fun. For today only, forget all your worries. Wang Wei coldly looked at Di Tian, who had a look of horror in his face. Then he slowly walked out of the room, not minding the beggar's discussion on who gets to go first. Like I said, this is just the beginning. (876) Unknown Power Kacha. The sounds of something breaking echoed in the endless void, and Di Tian opened his eyes, his complexion paler than the whitest snow. He knelt in the void while breathing heavily. He gazed at Wang Wei with unmatched fury, his eyes dripping with tears of blood. However, his eyes were no longer the same as they used to be. They now contained an underlying sadness and pain forever etched deep in his mind. Di Tian knew he was not the same man he was a few minutes ago. A part of him died, and he might never regain whatever he lost. For a moment, he regretted killing Li Jun. However, he understood he could not go back and did not want to. With the last remaining sanity he had left, he tried to remove the memories of what he experienced in that illusion. Sadly, Wang Wei seemed to have used a potent curse to engrave these memories deep in his soul. Di Tian immediately used his knowledge of curses to remove these memories, but his attempt failed again. Curses can infinitely power depending on how much of a price their casters are willing to pay. Unfortunately for him, Wang Wei paid a high price. He sacrificed the spiritual power equivalent to a great emperor to ensure the curse remained, and Di Tian will be plagued with these memories for a long time. Di Tian cursed inward as he understood that it would take him a few years, even a decade, to remove them from his soul even if he proved the Tao. That's how far Wang Wei was willing to go to make him suffer. Di Tian's aura suddenly became chaotic. His agitated mood made his collapsing spirit even worse. Two lights inside his sea of Di Tian's aura suddenly became chaotic. His agitated mood made his collapsing spirit even worse. Two lights inside his sea of consciousness became more intense as they continued soothing and repairing his primordial spirit. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was calmly watching. While Di Tian was in this weak and chaotic state, his eyes could see things he could previously not. So, he saw the Bodhi tree and another artifact trying to maintain Di Tian's spirit. Furthermore, he knew these two things working together allowed Di Tian to escape his illusion. If it were up to him, he would have tortured him until the end of time. This thing should be his proving Tao artifact, said Wang Wei as he looked at the floating pagoda releasing brilliant black and white lights. Why is it so powerful? Wang Wei could tell the artifact was similar to his. It contained a mysterious Tao rhyme indicating its power and potential. And after the Grand Tao baptism, after proving the Tao, it should give a boost of at least 5%. However, he also discovered Di Tian's artifact was more potent than his. Is it because he used more chaos treasure to refine and temper it? Analyzed Wang Wei, his mind working extremely fast. Although he was in a state of unmatched rage and no bottom line, his fury was also a silent and calm one. And as soon as possible. The chaotic rhyme released by the artifact is indeed much higher than mine. But that's not the main cause of its uniqueness. Based on his analysis, Di Tian's artifact will give him a minimum of 6% Grand Tao Source boost, and that's only the minimum. As such, he wanted to know why, since it could be a major factor that decides the outcome of this battle. It could be due to the baptism of samsara. Cultivators can reincarnate with their powers. In fact, it is how most cultivators who choose to reincarnate do. The artifact will then serve as their protector and ensure they survive the early stages of reincarnation. It can also ensure they begin to walk the path of cultivation before awakening their memories by storing their cultivation techniques in the artifact. The artifact can also serve as a luck-condensing artifact to ensure that the reincarnator has plenty of luck to survive and grow. As such, reincarnating with a weapon or artifact is a prevalent thing. From what Wang Wei learned from the Oracle Mirror, Di Tian had a bloodline artifact in his first life when he fought against his ancestor, Qiyuan. However, after his defeat, he cultivated the origin path and created a proving Dao artifact. Wang Wei did not know whether Di Tian used his bloodline artifact and turned it into a proving Dao artifact, or he fused them or did something else with it. I think you should take a look at Snavel. However, he does know the latter has been using the same artifact for 9 lives, thus making it very special. No, the aura of samsara on the artifact is very pure and potent. However, there seemed to be something else unique about it. This weapon seemed as powerful as a real emperor artifact. Wang Wei knew the implications behind such a truth. No matter how powerful emperor artifacts are, they are someone else's thing and cannot be adequately wielded by mortals with foreign aid like formations and faction luck, even if they pay a hefty price. However, proving Dao artifacts are the best weapon for any cultivators. They fit their owner's Dao, soul, body, qi, ideologies, goals, ambitions, and purposes perfectly. As such, any cultivators can easily use the full power of their proving Dao artifacts and push their powers beyond the limits, granting higher battle prowess. Wang Wei immediately made a note of that artifact while also thinking of possible countermeasures. He looked at Di Tian, who had regained some strength, and said with a bone-chilling coldness, "Now that you've experienced spiritual baptism, it's only fair you also experience the physical one." A great deal of dread overwhelmed Di Tian. He had just finished sealing the curse in his soul and reducing the effects of these memories to the lowest level possible. So, he was still in a weakened state mentally and required more time to heal or even respond. Alas, he was too slow. "Innate talent, pain, arf," screamed Di Tian as he felt an unimaginable pain assaulting all his senses. He was a body refiner and quite accomplished, so pain was normal for him. His pain threshold is something that 90% of all cultivators in the lower dimension could not dream of achieving. Yet he almost lost his mind after experiencing this pain. Di Tian's instinct was to hold his head since it was the place it hurt the most. However, his other body parts hurt so much that he could not even move. If flying had not become a passive and instinctive ability, he would have fallen from the air in this Yin dimension. Wang Wei watched all of this calmly. He was one of the only ones who knew what kind of pain he inflicted on his opponent. He used his pain talent to recreate the process when he took all 7 flesh tribulations in the 3rd stage of the true power Dao realm. Furthermore, he even boosted the pain with his talent, thus reaching a level that even he did not know he could withstand. Di Tian's sanity, which had barely stabilized, was again on the verge of collapsing. The Bodhi tree and Samsara pagoda released their powers to control their pain receptors while also cutting off the connection between the body and the soul, but their attempt was futile. Wang Wei's innate talent was cultivated to the point where pain was a concept. So, even though he did not control pain law, the power of the talent reached such a level. Di Tian found his consciousness fleeting. Among all the unbearable pain, he was trying his hardest to focus so he could form a coherent. Years of experience and a very high willpower allowed him to barely regain his bearings. So, he gathered his Dao will and will manifestation to form a defensive armor around his soul, mind, and spirit. Such an act was a wise choice. He continued by controlling his primordial spirit to chant Buddhist mantras, thus boosting the effect of the Bodhi tree. Finally, he sacrificed his remaining Yin universe to his pagoda to boost it. He wanted to use the Yin energy in this Yin dimension, but he knew Wang Wei would never allow it. With all these methods, Di Tian finally suppressed the pain to a barely tolerable level. "I will slaughter him," he roared in his mind. He finally chose to use his most powerful trump cards. However, his last remaining wisp of wisdom reminded him of the intuition he had if he used his trump cards. So, he decided to use a wiser method. Boom! Du Tian released a terrifying aura, pushing away Wang Wei, who was rushing forward after sensing something was wrong. An unknown power or mutation emanated from his law altar that instantly dissolved the pain innate talent. Furthermore, even the seal on the curse on his soul was reinforced. He looked at Wang Wei with maddening and blight rage, his aura extremely overwhelming. "I will slaughter you," he roared, shaking the heavens as his words were not a statement but a fact, an oath. 877 Struggling Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat. He felt a great sense of danger. What's going on? He was baffled by Di Tian's sudden change in aura and strength. Furthermore, all the methods of detection he could use were useless as he could not peep at a single piece of information. Boom! Before he could react and in deep thought, Di Tian appeared before him and punched him. Wang Wei's body punched a hole through the space of the Yin dimension and appeared thousands of light years away. However, he did not care about such an insignificant thing as he focused on his arm. His arms had become necrotic, as if he was a corpse that had been decomposed for hundreds of years. The power of death? His confusion was due to the fact he could not remove the power of death from his body, even with his life and death, samsara, Dao. So, exploded his hands before regenerating them. While flying away with great momentum, Di Tian suddenly appeared before him for the second time. However, Wang Wei was concentrating, so he noticed the movement. He gathered his true will along with his Dao and countered the latter's punch with his own. Boom! A terrifying shockwave shocked the entire Yin dimension. However, such a terrible sound was quickly overshadowed by a cracking sound. Wang Wei looked with great shock as his bones cracked, almost fracturing if not for reinforcement of his true will. Additionally, it was not just his bones. His skin was lacerated, his muscles and tendons snapped like the string from a bow, and meridians exploded. His strength. Wang Wei immediately realized his attacks experienced reincarnation upon coming into contact with Di Tian's fists, thus rendering them useless. Meanwhile, the opponent's attack overwhelmed him and almost entered his body. But even with the protection from his true will, his potent fleshly body did not survive the clash. His strength has reached 7% Grand Dao Source, analyzed Wang Wei. In their previous confrontation, the strength displayed by the two fluctuated between 5 to 6%, and only when Di Tian used Heavenly Dao's power did they exceed such a level. But now, Di Tian has surpassed that level by relying on his own strength. Moreover, this is not the most important thing. These words were the last thought of Wang Wei before Di Tian killed him. Wang Wei felt as if that single foot bore a weight that even words or concepts like decillion could not quantify. Boom! Wang Wei's body and soul exploded, not even leaving a single drop of blood. Such an attack should have ended his path of the Dao, but things were not simple. Di Tian looked in the distance. He knew how the latter escaped. Before his body exploded, he opened a hole in his back and sent a drop of black into the distance. Afterward, it's simple for him to regenerate from that drop. The weight of samsara? The weight of karma? Wang Wei had a technique similar to this, so he swiftly analyzed Di Tian's technique. That kick bore the weight of all the souls in samsara, including the weight of karma, both sinful and virtuous. That's not important right now, thought Wang Wei. My Dahas seemed restricted in front of him. Mobilizing them has become extremely difficult, and my samsara Dao seemed useless. His mind worked on overdrive, trying to figure out what was going on. He sensed Di Tian approaching and suddenly disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. The environment around Wang Wei kept changing while he looked in one direction. Infinite layer world. Wang Wei used his space-time Dao to create a dimension as large, if not larger, than the current Yin dimension, hiding his body. Di Tian would bulldoze the dimensions, bringing it to the end or death. However, Wang Wei kept creating more, creating countless layers of worlds between himself and his opponent. All he cared about was buying enough time to analyze the situation and develop countermeasures. Alas, Di Tian destroyed these universes faster than he could create them. This is one of the consequences of his current weakened Dao. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kmit seems the farther I am from him, the weaker the effect, thought Wang Wei before changing his Proving Dao artifact into an armor that covered his entire body. Boom! A mighty punch hit his head, sending him crashing from the Yin dimension to the Yang dimension. He glanced at the dent in his armor and felt the power of samsara trying to turn it into rust. Luckily, he refined the artifact with countless chaos treasures and ensured its defense was even above his fleshly body. Wang Wei did not waste time and pointed his finger upward. Then, a large formation materialized in the sky, connecting directly to the Yang dimension. Liling did an excellent job, thought Wang Wei. The formation was expertly created, allowing him to easily take control of it and use his power to boost its effect. Furthermore, it can connect to the Yang dimension, creating a yin-yang formation. With this information in mind, he purposely controlled himself to fall into the Yang dimension before their battle destroyed the Yin dimension. A large yin-yang fish symbol surrounded Wang Wei as he controlled the formation. He did not use a more aggressive method and continued his previous tactic of buying time. Bang! The formation trembled as Di Tian attacked it aggressively. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took this opportunity to check his law altar, trying to figure out why his Dao was walking so sluggish. He paid special attention to his Samsara Dao. Is this a type of domain ability? A saint can easily kill millions of void-shattering realm cultivators because of their domain. Once they unleashed it, the laws of void-shattering realm cultivators became useless. If the saint cultivates the same law as the void-shattering realm cultivator, the suppression will be 100-fold more severe. No, although it functions like a domain, it's different from one. The difference seemed subtle, but he could detect it. Alas, Wang Wei did not have much time to think since Di Tian forcefully destroyed the formation. He summoned the heaven path from Samsara to manifest an innate creature called the void-swimming snake. This snake had the innate ability to break space and formation, so Wang Wei's yin-yang array did not last long. Wang Wei's danger senses once again went on overdrive. He saw a massive creature coiling around Di Tian. It was a red dragon with the face of a human. The creature stood before the heaven path, and its aura was not less noble than Samsara itself. It had piercing bright eyes that were the first thing people would notice about it. Torch dragon, thought Wang Wei, remembering the name of the creature. It's a chaos creature, also known as candle dragon. It has many monikers, but the main one is the dragon of creation and destruction. The process of opening its eyes will complete the final process of the birth of the world, including establishing its laws and nurturing the birth of heavenly Tao. And when the world reaches its end and is about to be destroyed, the candle dragon will return and close its eyes, bringing it to its final destination. Di Tian's candle dragon gazed intently at Wang Wei before closing its eyes. Boom! A terrifying power of destruction traveled between heaven and earth, destroying everything, including the yin and yang dimension. Wang Wei watched the entire process with a calm demeanor, knowing he could not resist such an act. And even if he could, it was not worth doing. His body, soul, and Tao dissipated between heaven and earth. So, was this it for his journey? Not quite. After his death, Wang Wei's innate talent, the wheel of life and death, activated and brought him to life perfectly intact. After learning about longevity resources, he has been training this talent to grant him a few extra lives after proving the Tao. As such, he succeeded in raising it to the level that it could revive him 9 times without using any energy to heal like it used to. I only have 2 lives left, thought Wang Wei as he realized the devastating consequences of Di Tian's attacks. He did not have the 9 lives he should have, but only 3. I must do whatever is necessary to find the truth of his technique. Hopefully 2 is plenty enough. Wang Wei had other means to revive himself. At his level, death has started to become meaningless. However, these methods often have limitations, like he needed a certain part of him to survive or he needed outside help or preparation. Only the life and death will granted him complete revival without any preparations or consequences, similar to the death substitution talisman. Wang Wei watched the red dragon disappear, knowing this battle had reached a tipping point. If he is not careful, he will suffer a fate worse than death, the end of his Tao journey. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.